This is Jack Beatson from Foreign Hands, and you're listening to The New Scene.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to The New Scene. I am your host, Keith, and we're back with a special bonus episode of The New Scene. So, as you know, this day forward just played 3 reunion gigs in Philadelphia and New York City, and originally I was just going to have Vadim Taver, guitar player of This Day Forward, back on the show to do a follow-up interview and talk about the reunion gigs, but then I was like, wait, no, I want to talk to Mike Shaw, vocalist of This Day Forward as well. You know, he hasn't been on the show in forever. I haven't done a long interview with him since episode 2, so I want to hear his perspective. But then I was like, well, wait, I want to talk to Gary Shaw, bass player of This Day Forward. He's only had a brief cameo on this podcast. I've never sat down for a long interview with him. I want to hear his perspective. And then I was like, wait, I'm talking to those 3 guys. I want to talk to Mike Golen, one of the original guitar players of This Day Forward, because I had a really interesting conversation with him at one of the reunion gigs. So I was talking to all those guys, and then I was like, well, I can't leave out Brendan Ekstrom, the newest member of This Day Forward, who featured on their last album, In Response. He hasn't been on the show in a while. And then I was like, well, I can't talk to everybody except Colin. That would just be weird. So we caught up with Colin Frangicetto, drummer of This Day Forward, as well. We cover band history, we cover the reunion gigs, we cover the future of This Day Forward. If there is one. Is there? I don't know. You'll have to listen and find out. So before we get started, I want to say this. There are 3 defining moments for me in terms of hardcore, punk, independent music, the scene, whatever you want to call this thing of ours. The first defining moment was meeting This Day Forward. I originally met their vocalist Mike Shaw through my friend Pat McCormick, who's been on the show. He was a local promoter and promoted some shows in Philadelphia as well. We all worked at a movie theater together. So Pat introduced me to everybody and would bring me to shows, and that's how I met This Day Forward, and that's how I met a bunch of other bands, and that's how I got into this music. And, you know, I would hang out in the beginning. I didn't love the music. The first show I went to was a house show at Mike Shaw's house. And that was This Day Forward's first show, which I was at. And I would hang out and I would watch the bands, but I didn't love the music. I wasn't fully hooked yet. So that brings us to defining moment number 2. Sometime after that first hardcore show I attended at Mike's house, I was in his car. I remember being in the back seat and he had a mixtape on. And the song Programmed Behind by Caven came on. And it hit that melodic break towards the end. And I heard that and I was like, what is this? What is this? So I heard that and I really liked it. And that's when I started to think, hey, maybe I could like this music. And the third defining moment was the first big hardcore show I went to. Converge played, For the Love of played, Turmoil played, the Dillinger Escape Plan played. I think they were the first band that I really watched, or at least the first band that really had an impact on me. I think they were early in the lineup because Under the Running Board had just come out. When I saw them, it was simultaneously the most frightening and most exhilarating thing I had ever experienced in my life up until that point. And from then on, I was hooked. I loved the music. I went to a ton of shows. I went to a ton of This Day Forward shows. I went on some tours with This Day Forward. They've been an important part of my life. So I wanted to do this episode to pay tribute to my best friends in This Day Forward. They got me into this music. I've enjoyed their music over the past however many decades. We've hung out together. We've gone on tours together. Our lives are deeply intertwined. And this music, this scene, has changed the course of my entire life for the better. And you'll hear me talk about it a little bit during this conversation, but those reunion shows changed things for me in a lot of ways. That weekend, those 3 shows they played changed things for me for the better in many ways. But that's a conversation for another time. So let's get into it. All right, we are here now with Vadim Taver. Vadim, welcome back to the show.
What's up, Keith?
Vadim, it's great to have you here. It's been a while since you've been on the show, but it hasn't been a while since I've seen you because This Day Forward just played their first shows in like 21 years, which I want to talk to you all about. So I'm going to jump right into it. Now, when did you and the rest of the band start talking about the possibility of playing a reunion show? And I'm not talking about like me texting everyone in 2012 and saying like, hey guys, play a show. Like, when was the first time you can remember where it was like, hey, we should maybe play a show?
I think it was February, maybe. It was early this year. And
This year?
Yeah.
Was like the first conversation of like actually really playing a show.
Well, we discussed it before, again, like you said, through group chat. It kind of came up every now and then, and it just didn't really seem feasible. The conversations would die really quickly. But this year, earlier in the year, was the first time that it was a serious conversation, that it actually progressed more than like 2 days. And it began with an offer from Furnace Fest, actually, which that wasn't the first time we had an offer from Furnace Fest. And we've had other offers from other festivals in the past. But this time, it was a little bit different because Ryan Luther specifically, he's the guy who approached me about it. And he's a guy who's become a friend over the years. And, I told him, I was like, look, I'll talk to the guys about it. But like, if you give me some details, if you give me something that I can present to them, then at least we have something to talk about, and that's kind of what got the conversation rolling, was that he sort of like put together an offer, and I had to figure out if it was like at all realistic in terms of like how much time it would take for us to be able to do it, what our expenses would be, that kind of thing. And it ended up where we couldn't do it because Colin was going to be out of the country. And, we thought for a second about, and Colin was always the holdout, as we've talked about on this show before, mostly because he hasn't played drums in 20 years. That's not his main instrument, had become guitar for Circa Survive. And so,
right. And did you hear his episode of this show?
Yeah.
He said he just didn't want to do it too.
Yeah. I mean, Colin was the holdout for a bunch of reasons, but that was a very practical reason, because he didn't own a drum set, he didn't have a place to practice, and he hasn't played the drums. So for him, it would definitely be the most amount of work in terms of like, he basically had to relearn how to play an instrument that he didn't have to play. So, we didn't know if he even wanted to do it. And we kind of discussed it, and like, of course, we all really, really wanted everybody on board. We didn't really want to do it with other people, and there was some consideration to do that only if Colin like definitely said no. He gave us his blessing. He said he didn't want to hold us back if that's something that we wanted to do. So there was talk about possibly doing it without him for like a second, but it just didn't feel right. It's like we wanted everybody to be a part of it. So anyhow, Furnace Fest was out. And then there was the discussion of like, well, if we can't do that, why don't we discuss maybe just doing our own show? Because that's what we kind of always wanted to do anyway, is if we were going to do it, we wanted to do it on our own terms in our home city, or at least local, maybe a couple shows locally. So it wouldn't be that difficult for some of the guys to have to take off work and take time away from their families and have to travel. And, so that's kind of how it came together.
Yeah, and I think you guys did it perfectly the way you did it, but we'll get there. So, all right, we decide we're going to play the show, right? Were you privy to all the back and forth that was going on? Because, Colin, I know he got a drum set sent to him, I think by you, and then he decided he was on board. And then he was dealing with some tinnitus, which he still deals with, but then he figured out if he wore his in-ears and put headphones over it, that, he would be fine if he adjusts the volume. But then Brendan backed out, according to what Colin told me on this podcast. So Colin was like, no, like I agreed to do this, but only if you guys are going to do it. Like, I'm not going to do it if Brendan is going to get someone else to do it. So were you privy to all these conversations, all this stuff going on?
Well, the Colin stuff, yeah, because I fronted him money for the electronic drum kit so that he could practice at home. But obviously, first he needed to make sure that his tinnitus, that it would be okay playing loud drums to begin with. So that was step number one, is he had to go to a rehearsal space and play loud drums and just see if he can even do it. And then like that's when the reunion kind of like became a reality, when he tried that first and let us know, hey, actually I think I could do this, because with the in-ears and then wearing additional noise protection over that with his cans, it was able to work for him. But the conversation with Brendan and him possibly backing out, I learned from your podcast. No, that was not that was not discussed with me personally.
Yeah, because I think I talked to, who did I talk? I think I talked to you at one point, and this is my memory. Colin was the holdout. We knew that. But then I think you said at one point Brendan didn't want to do it or wasn't sure he wanted to do it. So I remember thinking, all right, I'm going to call Brendan and see if I can do something here. And then I just got busy and I was like, I just forgot. But then I was also busy. So I was like, you know what? I can't get in the middle of this. Like, I'm not in the band. I should let these guys handle it, because if they want to do it, they'll do it. And then a couple weeks after that, you texted me and you were like, yo, it's happening. And I was like, oh my God, what happened?
Yeah. I think it's not that Brendan didn't want to do it. It's just he's he's kind of being the responsible adult right now, and he's got a family, and he's got a house, and he's got a lot of work that he needs to do to make sure that he's able to kind of like, support his family and keep life going. So I think that was probably on his mind a lot, where it was like, oh man, like I'm going to have to invest a whole bunch of time that I possibly won't have. And not necessarily like, oh, I don't really want to do this.
Right. Well, everyone gets on board. We agree we're going to do it. So what happens next? Now, you actually recorded all the music, like a new recording of all the music. Why did you do that? Was it to put it to a click track? Because that had never been done before?
Yeah. That was the main reason was, once we decided which songs we were going to do, or which songs we were going to try to do, Colin was the one that had suggested like that it would sound a lot better. We would sound a lot tighter if we were to try playing the songs to a metronome, which he'd never done before. Everything that This Day Forward has ever done on record has been in free time. And that took a little bit of time. With first, I just kind of try to figure out all of the timings on my own. And some of the songs are the same tempo throughout, but the majority of the songs are not. They change throughout the song. So that was quite a long process of figuring out like where it changes, what the BPMs are for each particular section. And then I recorded just guitar. I think that's how it started. Maybe I did the guitar, rhythm guitar and bass. And then Colin recorded drums to that on his electronic drum kit, which, made to sound like actual drums. And then he adjusted tempos where they needed to be adjusted. And then I went back and re-recorded all of my guitars and the bass guitar to the, his drumming. And then Brendan later sent his parts for at least some of the songs that I didn't know what he plays. I knew basically everything from Transient and Kairos, both guitar parts, but he contributed his in response stuff. And then that way, every member can have their own individual mix. I have all of the songs with all of the music, and then I can make mixes of like, here's all the songs with just a click track and all the music without the drums for Colin, and then he can play along to that. And then here's all the music without my parts, and then I can practice along with that. And you could practice, like for example, like when I practice To Poison the Well material, I just listen to the songs on streaming and I just play along. But personally, I think it's a lot better when you're playing along and your part isn't there. It's like literally the missing link, and you play along with the band as if you're at band practice with. So that was the idea, and I think it worked out really well, because it gave all of us some time to kind of work things out on our own prior to us rehearsing, since we were only going to have like 6 rehearsals in person, and yeah, that's kind of how that came together.
How much of it did you remember before you started really practicing it?
I would say probably like 90%, which is definitely way more than the rest of the guys. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know
how though. Like if I had to go back and learn the Paper Tiger set, I wouldn't remember any of it.
I don't know how, Keith. I don't really know how my memory works, because my memory is very selective. But for some reason, that stuff was just so ingrained in my memory that like I didn't really have many issues remembering almost anything. Like most of the songs, I remembered all the songs completely all the way through. Some of the songs I didn't know like a couple of the parts. I had to like figure out some of the parts, and then there was only like 2 parts where I played it wrong on the recording, and then I think it was Gary at practice that was like, no, I think it was actually like this, and we were like, okay, well you were there when this was written and I wasn't, so you know what you're talking about. So then we like altered it at the very end at practices. But yeah, for the most part, I remembered everything. Like I would say not like 90 to 95% of my parts.
So we have the parts, everyone's working on individual stuff. What about the lead up to the shows? I mean, it must have been an incredible amount of work, like picking venues, picking opening bands, working on merch, like all that stuff.
Yeah, quite a lot of work.
Was it you who did most of that?
I did. Yeah, I mean, I would say I did a lot of that. And I think that the main reason for this is just because the other guys they have like their own things going on. You know what I mean? And I kind of like to take charge of situations and move forward with them, especially when I know other people don't have as much time.
Yeah,
and
I think that's how it has to work to be successful. Like there has to be 1 or 2 people who just take charge of things and keep it moving along.
Yeah. And we made the decisions together. It's not like I just made the decisions for everybody. I would kind of, once things were rolling, I would kind of like, we had our own group chat, and in the group chat, I'd be like, okay, here's this and here's this and here's this, and just kind of get everybody's input. And we did have help from Tim Zahutsky, who used to play in One Dead, Three Wounded. And he also is a manager. He works for a agency called Better Artists Management, and he used to manage Circa Survive, so he already had a good relationship with Colin and Brendan. And then also, I knew him from way back in the day. So originally, I called him just to kind of get his advice on a couple things, and then he offered to help out, and it ended up being very valuable because he was able to figure out like the different types of venues that would be open to having us, and like the various offers that they would present. Then also he was able to help us get a van when it was time for the shows, and we needed a van to get from Philadelphia to New York. At least, he helped with a bunch of different things like that, and definitely took some weight off of my shoulders too. And it was also really good to have his guidance and to have his expertise. That was just awesome that he was there for us for that.
How did you decide on what venues to play? Was there multiple in the running?
Yeah. Okay. So the original idea was it was going to be Philly, New York, and Bucks, like 3 shows, Bucks County. Bucks County, we were looking at Broken Goblet. And then in Philly, we were thinking about the church because that's where the last show was. And it just seemed, like as part of This Day Forward's history. But we kind of got talked out of both of those things. And I think it ended up working for the best. The church would have been just miserable at the end of August in the summertime, because they never really quite got their like central heating or central air conditioning situation down, and it was always just so hot. I remember being at shows there in the summertime, and it was like excruciatingly hot, and everybody's like covered in sweat, and the floor gets covered in sweat. And we have like families, and some of our families are older, and I'm sure that they probably would have a really bad time having to endure the heat, and also like there's no like seating there. So we kind of got talked out of the church, and it does make sense. If it was maybe in the winter time, maybe that would have made a little bit more sense. But we Tim had reached out to a couple venues in Philadelphia just to kind of see if anyone had openings, because that's the other thing is like shows get booked out so far in advance now. So we needed to see if there were any holds on venues or if anything was a possibility for the end of August, which is specifically when we were looking at. It was going to be kind of like a time that worked for everybody. For me, especially because it was sort of like in between a few different Poison the Well things that were on the books, you know. And so we had offers from Union Transfer and from Underground Arts, and it seemed that Underground Arts just kind of like made more sense. And we did put a hold for 2 days just in case. You know, we really had no clue how the show was going to do. It's like it's just a complete gamble. You know, you don't really know after this much time how many people are going to come out, if any. You know. And then the New York show was kind of similar. It came together with first I think I contacted Christian McKnight because he's somebody that I worked with before, and I think Christian was busy, so we ended up going with John Scanlon, who was recommended to me by Tom Sheehan, who you know, and Tom had put in a good word for him. I mean, he's been doing shows in New York for at least the last few years, and like really good shows, you know, and he's worked with a bunch of venues. So we got a couple offers for some venues in New York, and Bowery was definitely a gamble because, you know, we didn't know if we'd be able to like sell out a venue like that in New York, but kind of selfishly, we just wanted to play there because it's such a cool venue. It's a really nice place. And, like I was fortunate enough to have played there in the past, but This Day Forward has never played there. So
who'd you play with there?
With Psychic Babble, when Colin and I did the Psychic Babble tour.
Oh right,
yeah, that was actually exactly 10 years ago, and we toured with Anthony Green, or opening for Anthony Green. So we had played there on that tour. And funny enough, Brendan was playing with Anthony on that tour also. So like 3/5 of This Day Forward were already there on that stage previously on the same night.
Yeah, Underground Arts was a good choice because there was that separate room, you know, there was seating, there was more of a backstage area, which are things that you would want and need as now 40-plus-year-old people playing a show.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to say how amazing the staff is at Underground Arts. I mean, I can't say enough nice things about them. They were just wonderful. Everybody there was so courteous and helpful and kind, and they just really made the entire experience awesome for us. In fact, they on the second night they told us, they're like, "We got you guys a gift," and we're like, "What? What do you mean?" Like, I was like, we weren't expecting that at all. And there was a woman named Sienna who was in charge of the hospitality in the back, and they had gone and purchased a whole bunch of different pastries, like cupcakes and some vegan cheesecakes and things like that. And she had printed out the TDF letters, like the circles that are on the Transient Effects album, and the little fish that's like inside of the circle, and put them on toothpicks, and then like put them inside of all of the pastries. So like when we opened up, they presented this to us, and then we opened it up, and it was like these, like, it was just so cool. It was like the spread with like TDF little things all over it, and then they like got us a card and signed the card and everything. And just, yeah, I have nothing but amazing things to say about Underground Arts and the staff there.
That's unheard of.
Yeah, they're like the best. Seriously, like the best. I've never had a staff that awesome collectively in one venue.
That's awesome. In the midst of all this Day Forward planning and you prepping to play your first shows in like 21 years, you played some pretty incredible gigs with Poison the Well. You played the Knocked Loose record release in Kentucky?
Yeah, one of them. I think they did 3. Originally they announced 2, and I think those 2 had sold out, and then they did one other one, like as I think it was like a secret show, like they announced it like one day prior or something like that. But yeah, I mean, that band is enormous. And the funny thing is like the shows in Louisville, they're from Louisville, Kentucky. Their shows were big, right? I mean, they were packed shows, and it was definitely like the biggest shows I've ever played in Louisville, aside from Crazy Fest. And then I found out that when they played like a place like Los Angeles, they played to like 2 or 3 times as many people in Los Angeles than they did in their own hometown's record release show. And that's just because like there's only so many people that live in Louisville, Kentucky. You know, Los Angeles is such a bigger city, so they're actually able to have like much bigger shows in other cities across the United States, which like to me is like a crazy concept, just because I guess I'm used to the bands that I've ever been in, like our home base, our hometown is always the place where the most people come to see you, right?
Right.
But yeah, that wasn't the case with them apparently, but it was awesome.
Yeah, that band is incredible. And I mean, the shows, especially a hometown show, must have been pretty awesome to witness.
Yeah, we're playing with them in like 2 weeks also at Knotfest, the Slipknot festival.
Oh, you're playing that too?
Yeah, it's like in 2 weeks. It's like a Slipknot and Knocked Loose and Guar, and then Poison the Well. So and Hatebreed. And so I'm actually kind of like curious where Poison the Well is going to be in that lineup. I'm very curious.
Yeah. Wow, what a lineup. How were the shows in the UK?
UK shows were awesome. Yeah, we did a festival there called Outbreak, which has just been growing each year, and I think this was the biggest one yet. It's a 2-day festival, so we were there. Actually, no, I'm sorry, it's a 3-day festival now. So 3-day festival, but the first day they kind of expanded into hip hop. So it was like hardcore and hip hop. Like last year they had Denzel Curry, and then this year it was like Action Bronson was the headliner for the Friday night.
Oh, nice.
But the Saturday show was like, you know, mostly hardcore and like hardcore adjacent bands. And then Poison the Well did a headliner in London, which was announced afterwards. It was because originally there was like a vicinity clause, which I'm sure, you know, like when you're playing festivals, a lot of times they don't want you to play anywhere nearby because it takes away from the draw. But I think Outbreak was sold out. So they allowed Poison the Well to book another show, but it was like in a smaller club. So that's called an underplay. So we did like an underplay show at like a 300 capacity venue, at which I think it sold out in like 2 minutes or something like that. Yeah. And Poison the Well hasn't played there since before they had broken up in 2009. So it was like 15 years since Poison the Well's last played there. So I think a lot of people were pretty excited about Poison the Well coming over.
Wow. Yeah. Do you still get a high from all this stuff? Like after the show we played at Bowery, I was on a high for like a week or 2 weeks after, and I was like, wow, this Day Forward played, my new band played. Amazing. I love it. Do you still get a high from doing all this stuff? Because you've played a lot of incredible shows already this year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially after the This Day Forward shows. I mean, that was like, you know, I'd never thought that would happen. And not only was it amazing to like play those songs again, but I mean, I look over and I'm on stage with my best friends, you know, and like all the bands I've been in after This Day Forward have been cool, like, or bands that I played with. I shouldn't say I was in, because I was just kind of filling in for a lot of these bands. But this was like the band that I was a part of, you know, a band that I contributed writing to, and a band of like friends of mine of 25 years that go back to like high school. And so that was just like an incredibly gratifying feeling afterwards, that we were able to share that experience together, like as part of our individual lives.
Right. So the first This Day Forward practice leading up to the show. Now, you were telling me about this, and I felt a lot of anxiety for you, because I know how this goes. It's like there's only a limited amount of time. You know, you don't have all the pieces there. Everything is not working out the way you want it to. And it's like, oh my God, are we going to be able to pull this off? Is everything going to come together? So at that first practice, Colin had to relearn how to play on real drums again, right? Because he was playing on the electronic kit. And then when he got the real kit in there was a lot of adjustments to make with that, right? Gary wasn't there the first time. You still had to get guitar tones. Brendan had limited time because he's got a lot of stuff going on. I think Mike wasn't there. Do I have all of this accurate?
Yeah.
Tell us about some of that, because I would have been freaking out.
I mean, you just listed off probably like most of the big issues. The main thing was Colin kind of miscalculated how the transition would go from an electronic kit to a real kit, because I think he read somewhere, or maybe someone told him, that it should be like pretty seamless. And if you go from a real kit to an e-kit, there's an adjustment, but the other way is much simpler from an e-kit to a real kit. But the thing that really threw him off was that on an electronic drum kit, the kick pedal, when you hit like the, whatever the kick drum is on the e-kit, it's just a piece of rubber. So you just hit it, and then there's a sensor that picks it up, and then the sensor like sends the sound or whatever to the output. And then but on a real kit, it's like a stretched drum skin, right? Like a head, a drum head. And so when like a kick pedal hits it, there's a natural recoil. It bounces back to you. And so the way that he learned or relearned the drums was incorrect. Like it was like his entire technique that he's been rehearsing for like months was wrong. And he basically had like 1 week to like once again relearn how to play the drums. And so he was under a lot of stress, understandably. And then like at the same time, he didn't know if the kit that he borrowed from Steve was like a good kit for him or for TDF. So he was like trying out a whole bunch of different things throughout this time. I think he tried out like 4 or 5 different kick pedals. I think he ended up going through 4 different snare drums. It ended up being the second kit was the one that he ended up liking. They used it was kind of smaller in size than the first one. And then I had issues with, I was borrowing gear because I don't have anything in Pennsylvania. I had to fly out for the shows, and I had to figure out what amp I'm going to use, which ended up being a whole thing. Brendan was trying to figure out which effects, like multi-effect unit he was going to use, because he had a couple of them and some of them weren't working. And then there was like scheduling issues. Like Gary couldn't make it the first day because Eileen was out of town, and so that was like one practice he couldn't make. And then Brendan like had a limited window for the next practice because he had like a dentist appointment or something, like it and then like they have kids, so they had to figure out like babysitter situations for their kids, or like their partners had to watch their kids for like the entire time. So shout out to the moms there for really kind of like stepping it up and letting the guys sort of get their go back in time to a time when life was simpler, and to be able to do this.
Yeah, really. So first practice doesn't go so well. Were you really worried after that?
Not really. I think I just kind of knew that, because we've had like similar situations with Poison Well. I guess not as bad, but when you haven't played together in like a couple years or a few years, the first practice is always kind of a little rough, and I've just learned that if you have a whole bunch of them lined up all in a row, it just sort of kind of comes together. And I also trust these guys, like I knew that everybody knew how important it was to sound good and to like give your best performance. And I just, in my gut, I just knew that everybody would step up and do what needs to be done to like make these shows as good as they can be. So no, I wasn't really that concerned. Like the first practice was rough, but I also like, again, there was no bass. Mike didn't sing in the first practice. We were still trying out different amps and different pedals. Colin was uncomfortable with his drums, and his technique. But I just knew that in the time that we had, we were going to make the most of that time. And I don't know. In my heart, I just knew that it would come together.
In the lead up to the practices early on, did anyone drop a text on the thread or say to everyone like, look, we want this to sound good. It needs to sound good. Everyone, please take it seriously, or something like that? Because I'm just thinking, if I was in your shoes, I'd be worried that like someone wouldn't put in as much time, or I would just worry about stuff like that and be like, oh man, is everyone going to practice enough? Is it going to be good enough? Is everyone going to put in the time? Did anyone like kind of throw it out there to be like, hey, let's really do this?
I don't think so. I think it was kind of understood. I think everyone sort of knew that what they needed to do. The only person that was a concern for me a little bit was Gary. And it wasn't because I didn't think he had the ability to play. It was more because of his scheduling. He's got 4 kids. And if you've ever been over his house, like that house is just like mayhem the entire time, like just 24/7 mayhem with like 4 kids and then like their dog and their cat, and just like, it's just, so it's chaos. So I'm like, is he going to have the time to do it. That was my main concern. But every now and then you check in and just be like, hey, so have you been using those files that we made of the mixes where we re-record all the songs, And he did, he would send messages every now and then about how like, oh, here's the bass. I found the bass. And then it was like, I put new strings on the bass, and like, so that things were rolling along. I did not worry at all about Colin. I know that he knew what he needed to do to get done. I mean, he was practicing daily, like 3 hours a day for months leading up to it. Colin definitely put in a lot of work, and I knew Mike was doing the same. Mike was practicing whenever he could, and I know that Brendan. Brendan's the one I was probably least worried about because he's been playing guitar for the last 20 years professionally. So
forever.
Yeah, and like he's a great guitar player, so I'm like, Brendan's gonna have his shit together. I'm not really concerned. So yeah, Gary was the only one that was like a little bit of a concern, but it was more regarding the timing, the time that he has, rather than just his ability to actually play.
So next practice, everyone is there, right? Mike is there, Gary is there. We all played together.
Yeah.
How did that go? That went a lot better, right?
Yeah, that the second practice when everyone showed up and we kind of dialed in our sound. Now I still didn't have all my gear yet, what I was going to use. So and I don't think Brendan or Colin did either. But in terms of like us just going through the songs and running through the songs, and then Mike was on vocals. We set up a PA, and it was like, all right, like this is going to be good. Like everyone has their shit together, and now it's just a matter of like getting things tight and dialing it in.
So when everyone is together and we're playing these songs again for the first time in over 20 years, is it mind-blowing to you? Like, how did you feel? Because it was mind-blowing for me to see you guys playing it on stage with everybody else there. But like, how was it for you? Because you guys were together for the first time with each other, playing these songs for the first time in 20 plus years, and no one had seen it yet. We weren't at the show yet. How did it feel?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that really. I mean, I think I was pretty prepared, and I just wanted to like nail my parts really. So I think we were all at first just sort of concentrating on just making sure we were playing well. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely like a cool feeling. Like, wow, here's these songs, these songs that we played so many times in our 20s or in our teens, and here they are again, like being played live. Yeah, it was a really cool feeling. I don't know what more I can say about that. Okay, so one thing we didn't discuss yet is the issue of Mike's voice, because what ended up happening was that after that first practice, he kind of went all out in the practice, and that's when I was like, oh yeah, like this is going to sound great, because he did his singing and he did his shouting and he did his screaming, and he ended up losing his voice, and that became a concern throughout the week because we were like, oh shit, this was like a possibility that it could happen. We knew that this could happen because he hasn't been in a band for a long time, but his voice was like only marginally improving throughout the week, and he ended up not practicing with us a couple of those days, and we only had a few days of practice. So he ended up having to go to the ER or to urgent care rather. And at urgent care, they had given him some steroids, and the steroids kind of helped him a lot with his voice. So that first show, there was a little bit of a concern, like, is Mike going to be able to sing? That was like the concern throughout the week. But he did a great job. I thought he did a really good job.
Yeah, that was one thing I was wondering about, because towards the end of This Day Forward, and I would say more after This Day Forward, I know Mike didn't want to scream and didn't want to be aggressive. Like in his post This Day Forward bands, Bamboo Houses, and I think Colors too, I know he didn't want to scream and he was like trying to get away from that. So I was wondering about these This Day Forward shows. I was like, is he going to do it like he did it? And is it going to be strong? And is it going to be this? And is it going to be that? Just things you think about.
Yeah.
But he killed it. He absolutely killed it. He was perfect. And his attitude was great. The screams were just like they were 20 years ago. The singing was great. The stage moves, like everything that he did was great.
Yeah, I agree. He did an awesome job. And we also didn't know, because yeah, like you said, he kind of stopped screaming for a long time.
Right.
And I'm sure he can tell you his reasons for that. I don't want to speak for him. But yeah, we also were like, I hope that he will, because that's probably what a lot of people are expecting, at least for the older This Day Forward material. But yeah, he was able to pull all of it off, and he did a really, really great job.
So that brings us to Saturday. Now, this was the big day. And by the way, before we get to that, thank you for suggesting that I come down for it, because that was really a once-in-a-lifetime show. And I didn't know if I was going to, because I was obsessed with our set going as perfectly as possible. I thought maybe we'd have to practice more, but we practiced a lot. Even we practiced that Saturday afternoon, so we were fine there. But then I was like, oh, I don't want to be tired. I don't want my voice to go out, blah, 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 whatever. I'm so glad I went to the show, because that was like a once in a lifetime show, that Saturday show.
Yeah, no problem, man. I thought that it would be really important to have you there. I mean, you're such an important part of our group, our friend group, and like having toured with us, and obviously like having us on your podcast, and then like trying to make this reunion happen. And that's the day that a lot of people that you knew were going to be there, that we all knew, our friends. I mean, I was so overwhelmed. I heard your recap last week on your podcast, and how you said you felt overwhelmed because every time you would turn around, there'd be like somebody else to talk to, like another person. It was like, I mean, that was like that for me, the entire time. It was just like, holy shit, like I cannot possibly talk to this many people, it was like so overwhelming, but in a great way, I'm sure, for you and for a lot of these other people, getting to see each other for the first time in a really long time, or just like a group of people seeing together for the first time in a really long time. It's kind of like, how we get together at John and Aaron's when I come visit, and sometimes we have like a group of like 15, 20, whatever, 25 people, and just different combinations of people throughout the years, and everyone's always really stoked to see each other, because it's just so rare that happens nowadays. It used to happen at the Shaw House all the time, like daily. And then so our show was like 10 times that than John and Aaron's. It was just like, just so many people that we knew, which is awesome. Like that was one of the most gratifying things about the reunion, was that it wasn't just a reunion of our music, but it was a reunion for a lot of our friends and loved ones, and for them to be able to see each other again. Also, I know that a lot of people have said that afterwards, like how much of a great time that they had, like seeing all these other people as well as actually seeing the show.
Yeah, it was incredible and overwhelming, because I didn't have my glasses on, so I couldn't really see, and it was dark in there, and you couldn't really hear when bands were playing. So I sometimes I would stop, and I would have to like figure out who I was talking to as I was talking to them,
Yeah.
And then I'd be like, oh, it's that person. Oh, hey, yeah, how you doing? Did that happen to you at all?
I gotta be honest, there were a couple times where people came up to me and I just didn't know who they were. And that's happened to me over the years. It's just like, I think it's a symptom of just like when you're in a band, you just meet so many people. Like I was a very social person in my 20s. So I think that I knew a lot of people back then, but over the years, if there were people that I knew from back then that I haven't like had any kind of contact with, or I knew like just like peripherally back then, maybe to them, they remembered me like a little bit better than I remember them. And I feel bad saying that, but it's just reality of the situation.
It's just the way it goes. Cause like I always remembered meeting band people, because I looked up to them and I wanted to be in bands. And so it was important to me. But like, I understand that they won't necessarily remember me, because I was just some guy like 20 years ago that they met once or twice,
Yeah. And it actually happened in New York to me, which I thought was really funny. Cause so John LaMacchia was there from Candiria. And,
oh yeah.
And I was like excited, that he was there. I mean, he was there, I think mostly for On the Might of Princess, cause he's friends with those guys. But Poison Noel had played with Candiria in 2016. They played our New York show at Gramercy. And then earlier this year in January, when we played St. Vitus, Lamachia like opened. So I talked to him a couple times, and I don't know if we had like super in-depth conversations or whatever, but then I saw him at the show this time and was like, hey, what's up? And he's like, hey, I'm John. And I'm like, yeah, we met, like, so so it happened to me too. And I was just like, oh man, he didn't remember me. But then later, we talked more, and he's like, oh man, I'm so sorry. Like, I'll definitely remember you now. And we had like a longer conversation and stuff. So
Yeah.
I totally get it though. You meet so many people.
How did you balance all of the talking and then playing that incredible show Saturday? I probably would have had to hide away for a lot of it.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I did have to end up walking away after a certain point. Like I was out there when doors opened, and I talked to people before CDC had started, and it got so overwhelming to me, which doesn't really happen. Like usually I can do that okay, but it was literally like, I guess what you said, where every 5 seconds, like as soon as I would have like a short conversation with somebody, and then I would like turn around and like walk away, it was like immediately somebody would start talking to me again, like a different person, and it was like that for like an hour. And then I was just like, oh man, like I don't know if I can handle this right now, because I have to get in the mindset of playing, and then you have to go in and like warm up my voice and my hands, So basically, once CDC started, I went to the back, and I was gonna stay there for the rest of the show until afterwards, honestly, until Josh Jakubowski kind of put me on the spot and like sent me a text and was like, dude, are you going to hide in the back all night? And I was like, oh, you motherfucker. He definitely put me on blast. So like, I was like, all right, I'll come out and find you. And so like, then I went out again before Taken, and same thing happened. It was just like overwhelming. But then like, as soon as Taken started, I watched a few songs, and then I had to go to the back and like, just get ready. And yeah. And I can't stress this enough. Like, I don't know if there's anyone in bands out there listening to this, and if you ever play a show where there's like a dressing room, like a green room, like how important it is for me to have that room be clear of everyone but the band before you go on. So I made, like, I wanted that to be a thing. So before the shows, I kind of talked to the guys and was like, look, can we please agree among ourselves to clear the dressing room like an hour before we play? And everyone was on board with it. And I'm so glad that was the case, because you got to get in there and like just get ready. Like, we're warming up our voice, Mike's there like jumping around and doing stretches or whatever it is, so he's prepared. And you don't want to feel like self-conscious with like other people sitting there or like people talking and distracting you. You have to like get in the zone, and so that was like both nights in Philadelphia was like that. Before we had gone on, I would say I gave myself probably at least like 40 minutes prior to our set to like, just prepare and get mentally in it without like being distracted by anybody.
So that Saturday show, unbelievably great. And look, I'm not going to give my whole perspective on it again because I want to talk to Vadim, but listen to the end of the Chuck Reagan episode of The New Scene if you want my whole review of it. But, I'll quickly just say it was mind-blowing for me because I hadn't seen you guys in so long. You're such an important part of my life. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about the past. And as I watched you, I went through a series of emotions like, oh my God, this is amazing. Oh my God, I'm so into it. But also like, oh my God, all those emotions from the past and all those days from the past I was thinking about are like gone. Like, we're back here, we're here now. And there's this new thing. So it was almost like this real-time acceptance thing. Like, wow, like whatever I felt back then is gone. Whatever we're experiencing now is here. This is it. So it was like a whole metaphysical thing. But how good was the show, right? Did you guys feel great after it?
Yeah. The Saturday show especially. I mean, it really kind of felt like just the perfect This Day Forward show, in terms of everything, in terms of like the positivity and people being into it and us being into it, and just like the choice of songs, just everything. Yeah, it was like the best night ever.
It was. How did you decide on the abridged version of If I Wore a Mask?
Oh my God. Well, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I fucking hate that song. I hate that song so much. And there's a few other people in the band that dislike the song. I think I'm the biggest hater of that song, though. And what's funny is that other guys in the band don't like various parts of that song. Like there's basically the back half of that song. Someone doesn't like each of the last like 4 parts, like the most, you know. Like someone hates this part, then someone hates the next part, then someone hates the part after that. And so we did record it, and we were intending to play it, but there was just parts of that song that were just like, like I just don't want to play this. And we wanted to be like true to ourselves, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to go up there and like fake the funk, so to speak, you know. So there were some suggestions made. Like the first suggestion was like, well, can we rewrite the song? And so we actually tried to like rework the ending of the song, like after the If I Wore a Mask sing along part, and that didn't feel right. And then, you know, I think at some point we were just gonna like they were like, let's just do it, let's just take one for the team or whatever. And then like I think it was Mike that was like, why don't we just do like the sing along? I mean, that's the part that everybody wants to hear anyway, because it's just so simple. And you know, those lyrics are stolen from a Christina Aguilera song. Which I think
still blows my mind.
Yeah, which I think a lot of people don't know. And the whole story is like hilarious, which Mike can tell because, you know, that was like Mike's story. And so like for multiple reasons, I hate that song. But that's what it ended up being. It was just like, well, let's just do that sing along. And then like people will go crazy. And then we'll just give them that little bit, which everyone's okay with. And then we'll just go right into Sunfalls and Watershine. And that's what we did. We're just
that was a brilliant choice.
Yeah, I was like, let's just do this like minute of the song and then just go into another song.
Brilliant choice. What was with the Godsmack gear cases that I saw pictures of, and God. That I think were you actually using their equipment?
Yes.
That's so amazing. So is it safe to say that you do not stand alone?
Is that a Godsmack reference?
Yes.
I don't know any of their songs, so that just bombed on me. But I'm sure someone else that's listening to this would find that funny.
Yes.
Okay, so
everyone is at home laughing their asses off right now.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I get like I have to tell the Godsmack story. So originally, and by the way, this ties into what you said. Some of the emotions that you were going through while we were playing on Saturday, which was like thinking about the past, but then kind of like reliving the past in your mind, but then just being like, this is happening now. Like this is like the here and now, you know? So in the same way, originally when we decided to do the shows, I was like, I'm going to recreate my sound, like exactly what I did back in the day, or like use exactly the same gear. So that would entail using a Gibson SG guitar, which is what I was using almost exclusively from like 2001 to 2003. And that was going to be Mike Golen's guitar. And Mike Golen was, you know, he was in the band before I was, and then he was in the band with me concurrently. But he lent us that guitar even after he had left the band. And like I know Gary had used it on tours, and it was used on This Day Forward recordings. So it was like an important guitar to use. The only problem with it is that it just always went out of tune. And that's a problem with Gibson SGs in general. They're just like just really notorious for like going out of tune or not staying in tune and not being able to intonate very easily. And then I was going to use a PV5150 amp, and I didn't know how I was going to get one. So I kind of like contacted a bunch of people that I know and just asked, and like a couple people were like a maybe, like they could possibly get me one. And so it ended up where John Bose from CDC and Cold Cuts, he was able to get a 5150. Now the problem with it was that he didn't have a foot switch, and those 5150 foot switches are like so difficult to find. And for some reason, the way that those PV amps are built, you can't just use like a generic foot switch. Like they just don't work. And so we tried all these different foot switches and nothing was working. And that was important for me to have. Like I could roll back the volume on my volume knob on the guitar, but there's certain parts of songs where I just can't do that. I have to have like a clear transition from distorted to clean or vice versa, you know, and that requires a channel switch. So I tried that 5150 at the first practice. Then Colin brought his JCM 2000, and I tried that, and that didn't really quite sound right with This Day Forward. So I'm like, what am I going to do? And Brendan's like, and Brendan's worked at a guitar shop, or maybe he still works at the guitar shop part-time in Doylestown. So he kind of knows a bunch of people, and he's got access to gear sometimes. And so like, he's like, all right, I got a guy. Let me try this guy. And I'm like, all right, what do you mean you got a guy? He's like, I just got this guy. I got a guy. I'm like, all right. Like, it's like so Brendan, right? And I was like fascinated. I'm like, tell me about this guy. Like, what? And he's like, well, he's kind of like, he's one of those guys that can get things for you. And I'm like, okay. He's like, yeah, like, you know, like if a band's on tour and, you know, they need a van, like this guy will get you a van. And like, you know, if like a band's looking for drugs, like this guy will get you drugs. And he's like, you know, and you're looking for an amp, like this guy will get you an amp. And I'm like, all right, well, let's see what he's got. And then he like contacted this guy, and this guy's like, oh yeah, I do have a couple amps. And then he like told me which amps were available, and a couple of them I'd never even heard before. But he said Bogner as one of the amps, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm familiar with Bogner amps, and Bogner amps are like really nice amps. Like they're like very expensive, like top of the line guitar heads. And like I remember when This Day Forward toured with Avenged Sevenfold in 2003 on the Take Action tour, and we had used their Bogner cabs, like we shared backline, and their cabs were like incredible. They sounded so good. So I'm like, all right, this Bogner amp's going to sound great. And he's like, yeah, and I was just like, that's crazy that this guy has this Bogner amp. Like, how does he have it? He's like, oh well, he's like boys with Godsmack. And I'm like, okay, was not expecting to hear that. He's like, and the other thing he said was that he also toured with Alice in Chains too, which I thought was like hilarious because Godsmack is an Alice in Chains song that they just stole the name of an Alice in Chains song to name their band. So I was like, that's kind of ironic. But yeah, this guy, like for some reason, had Godsmack's amp in his house at his disposal. So I got in touch with him, and he's like, yeah, it won't be home, but I'll just leave it for you out back. Just go and pick it up or whatever. So I go out, I like drive to this guy's house, and then I go around back, and then it was like, here's this amp, and it was in a road case, and the road case has like Godsmack stenciled on it. Like it's like, it says like Godsmack stage left. And then there's a sticker on top of it that says Godsmack, smack this, which was like the freaking greatest thing ever. So I ended up using that amp, and it's awesome. I mean, like I loved that amp. And so it ended up being that I, you know, sort of tied in the old with the new. And that goes back to what I was saying, what you said was like, at first I wanted to recreate our sound exactly. And then I'm like, well, why? I don't really need to do that, you know? So I decided I was going to use the Gibson SG for some of the songs. And then I was going to use my Telecaster, which is the guitar I've been playing for the last 20 years. And that I'm like really comfortable on for the other half, you know? So I used both guitars. And then this Bogner head, which was not a head that I used for This Day Forward, but it sounded great. So I ended up using it. And I asked the guys, I was like, do you guys care if I put my, if I put like my cabinet and my head on top of this road case that has Godsmack stenciled on it? And everyone's like, no, we don't care. Cause I just wanted someone in the front row at one of the shows to like spot it and be like, what the fuck? Like, why, what? Like, why is the guy from This Day Forward have this Godsmack thing on there, you know? And not one person came up and asked me about it, which
I saw it. I meant to ask you like 4 different times, because I remember being on stage at Bowery and I was like walking around, I don't know, setting something up, and I look down and I see this Godsmack sticker on the case, and I'm like, who is what? I was like, who knows Godsmack? Who toured with Godsmack? But I just kept forgetting to ask somebody.
Yeah. Well, and then the other great thing about it was that later I was talking about it with my partner Tanya, and she's like, you know, that was such an interesting looking amp because it's like red. It's like a red amp, and then the grill on the front is like a wood panel, and it has 4 holes cut out, and it was just very unique looking. And then it hit me. I'm like that's probably a custom amp. Like there's no way that they have this unique amp as part of their just regular line of amps, right? I mean, it just seems too weird for them to have something like this because it's so unique looking. So like I can't confirm this right now, but I'm pretty sure I was playing a custom amp that was built for Godsmack. Like Bogner like made this amp for them, and this guy happened to have them. This guy that Brendan knows.
Yeah, it caught my eye for sure.
So yeah, that's the Godsmack story.
By the way, it was really nice what you said at the Saturday show about our friends who had passed: Ian Kerner, TJ DeBloy, Mean Pete from Until the End, and of course your good friend Steven, and very fitting to send that tribute out to them before Voice, because that line I always think about, one day we'll lie in graves, up above they'll say our names. So that was a nice tribute.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I really wanted to, specifically with Steven, because he was like my best friend out here in California for the last 5 years, and losing him was really, really tough. And This Day Forward was a huge, huge band for him in his life. I mean, that's the reason we had met originally, because him and Andrew Truss, his friend, they drove from Michigan to see our last show. Or to see a couple of our last shows even. So, and then like I found out later after he had passed away, his ex girlfriend Lauren told me that hoodie that we had, do you remember, Keith, that there was like the This Day Forward stencil hoodie, or zip up rather.
Yeah.
So Steven had one of those, and she's like, he literally like lived in that thing for years. Like that's how everybody knew him. Like he was like always in this Day Forward hoodie. So I just felt it was really important to acknowledge him at the show specifically at first, and I was thinking of different ways how I can do that. And I just felt like talking about him would have been really important. It was the best way, and then I was like, I think it was important to also mention a few other people, because those people would have been at the show, like I know TJ 100% would have been at the shows. I mean, TJ was in a band with myself in A Life Once Lost, and he was in a band with Mike for Colors, and then Ian Kerner, obviously with Blue Skies Fade, like This Day Forward played with Blue Skies Fade probably like 24 times easily, in the beginning, and then Mean Pete was like a huge fan of This Day Forward in the Transient Effect era, and our very first time we came down to South Florida, we played Club Q, and Remembering Never, I remember, opened that show. They were, at that point, I don't even think they were on a label or anything. It was like one of their first shows. Actually remember laughing because one of the members of the band had Juggalo tattoo. And I was like, this was unexpected, at a hardcore show, but it's the great thing about hardcore is like everyone's accepting of each other and no one gives a shit. But anyhow, and then we played with Until the End a lot, obviously. So yeah, thanks for saying that. And I did want to say too, and I told Mike this afterwards, but I wanted to apologize to him and to Gary for actually not mentioning Mrs. Shaw, who also passed away, which I think, like in retrospect, like was obvious that I should have said that, but there was just so much going on, and I didn't write that speech out. It was just kind of like, I was just like, I want to say something, and it was just kind of like all off the cuff, and when I was thinking about the people, it was like peers of ours. Like I just like, it just completely was out of my mind. Like, oh my God, like they just lost their mom, but then I'm glad that you said something at the New York show, because that was, like that the Shaw house was such a central hub for all of us back then. And Mrs. Shaw, like, and Mr. Shaw, like they both just let a bunch of kids just freaking come uninvited and just like show up whenever, like Kramer and Seinfeld, when just like barges into Jerry's apartment. Like that was us.
Like 50 Kramers.
Yeah, like 50 Kramers, and like every day for like a decade or however long it went, like they just, and it was like not even a question of just like, all right, yeah, like we're just meeting at the Shaw's house, but you would just show up there, so anyhow, I just wanted to say, like, publicly, like to Mike and Gary, that like I'm sorry that I didn't mention Barbara Shaw, but it was definitely important that she was mentioned, and you brought her up, and then I think Brendan also mentioned her name at one of the Philly shows as well. So I'm glad that I didn't completely drop the ball.
No, and no one blames you for that, or they shouldn't, because it like you said, it was off the cuff. I'm very emotional. You were very emotional during it, and when you're playing a show like that, you're your mind is like racing a million miles per hour. And I know for me, even when I play I know for me in situations like that, I just kind of blank out and you're like laser focused on certain things. So, it's all good.
Yeah. And then when I talked about Steven, I mean, I saved him for last because to me that was the most monumental loss. And like I just like got hit with this immense grief. Which I'm sure you relate to because you've had some close loss in your life as well. And it like just overcame me. I've been able to kind of control it more in the last few months because it's been like 10 months now or 9 months since Steven passed away. But at that moment, I just like lost it, and I just started crying. I had to like turn around and face the amp, and then I like missed the entrance to the song, and I hit some bad notes, and I played a wrong part. I mean, that song was a mess. Like I'm afraid to see that performance because I think I just played that song like so terribly after that. But I was just going through it, man, I was just taken to another place after I said those things.
Yeah. Well, I think it's more important to express those things and not play perfectly than to say nothing and then, I don't know, just focus on the song. I think you did everything right. And I was thinking about this. I obsess about everything going perfectly, and it's hard for me to watch videos because I'm like, oh, I did that wrong. But no one remembers. I read some of your writing after the shows, right, in anticipation of this conversation, and I didn't even remember all the stuff that happened, like when you restarted a song or like certain things that happened that were mess ups. I didn't even remember it. All I remembered were the good times.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I thanks for saying that, by the way. And that's kind of like what I also told the guys as well, because there was a period where this day forward, like we were really hard on ourselves, especially like after In Response had come out when we were playing those songs, and sometimes we would play shows and like we just wouldn't go over well, or we wouldn't play well. And I just remember that after shows, a lot of times we were just really hard on ourselves. Like we would say like we sucked, and it just kind of like brought the mood down for everybody, and so going into this, I made sure that we had that discussion where I was like, it's so important for us to keep like a positive outlook on everything, because at the end of the day, it's not going to be perfect. Like people are going to mess up. We haven't played in 20 years, and there's like adrenaline and excitement, and the majority of the mistakes will only be noticed by the band. Like people are just there to have a good time. And I don't think that in, a month from now, someone's going to be like, hey, remember that time when, like Brendan played the wrong riff or something, or like Gary like missed a note, yeah, like you said, like no one's going to remember that. So I thought that was really important to bring up, and it was good. Like everybody was very positive and like said nice things to each other after the shows. And that's exactly how I wanted it to go. I thought that that's very important to like maintain like a positivity and just to have a good time and just be there for the experience and not focus on the little mistakes and the flubs and all that kind of stuff. Because at the end of the day, that shit doesn't matter.
Not at all. So Sunday, another great show, right? How do we feel about it? I felt fantastic about the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, all the shows were good. Definitely would have been probably better to go out on the Philly show, that sold out show. Not that the New York show was bad by any means, but it's just, there was like just a different energy. There was a higher stage at the Bowery. There was a little bit of anxiety with like parking situation and that kind of stuff. And then like I personally was not a fan of the giant like open, like what do you call it? Like
the horseshoe in the pit.
Like when there, I mean, like I appreciate that people went off and people were like dancing and stuff like during the heavy songs and stuff. But then, from the stage, like when you're looking out and you just see this giant open space, and it's like, hey, this is our first shows in 20 years. And I don't want to see like a giant open space where there's like, 400 people in this room. Like I want everybody to come up front and be there with us and sing along. And like, I want to see your faces rather than that. And unfortunately, that's just how New York was. I think I understand because people don't want to get hit, people don't, and like I get it, but I just wish that wasn't the case. That's like the one thing that I wish was different, but that's out of our control. There's not really much we can do about that.
So what is the future for this day forward, if anything? Have we talked about it?
Yeah. I don't No. I don't, because like, we used to say like, no, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen, but like now that this has happened, it's like, I guess never say never. But I do know that it was very difficult and very stressful in a lot of ways for many of us to make this happen. So it's kind of like, I don't know. It's very much unlikely. I'll just say that. It's unlikely that there will be any shows in the future, but I also don't want to say definitely no, you know. But as far as the immediate future, I think I can say it now because it's okay. We will have some merch available online so that people who weren't able to be at the show can at least get something if they want. And that's going to be through Cold Cuts merch, and that's going to be available, online, so people can get it. And then there's also going to be a vinyl pressing of the Transient Effects album, which is like, I'm actually really excited about that because that's never been on a 12-inch LP. It's only previously come out on vinyl as a 777-inch that our friend Joe from War Machine Records had put out. But listening to 7 inches and keep flipping the sides is like super annoying, especially when you're older. Like it's like 3 7-inch records is literally 6 sides. So that means that you have to like change the side 5 times just to get through one 30-minute record, and it's like, it was a cool idea for the time, but it's very impractical. And so I'm excited that it's going to come out as a 12-inch record. It was remastered for vinyl by Nick Townsend, who's like, worked with a ton of bands out here. He's out here in LA. And so we're just waiting for a few things from Equal Vision, because Equal Vision is going to be the ones who are doing it. But it should be announced pretty soon. And hopefully they're not pissed off that I announced it before it's going to be formally announced.
We will make sure that we clear the announcement before it happens.
It's fine.
And
we want to make it a New Scene exclusive, Keith. There you go.
We love exclusives here on the New Scene. Vadim has brought us an exclusive. And listen, Vadim, you've heard me say it a lot, and I'll say it again. It was the best weekend ever. Thank you for having me on the Sunday show. I've just always, it just was never enough for me to just watch music. I really wanted to be a participant all these years, and it was just never the right band or the right time or the right situation. And finally, everything lined up on that particular weekend to make it perfect. So getting to play was cool, but beyond that, just getting to watch you guys and hang out and be together and have the best weekend ever was the best. So I hope we get to do it again sometime.
Yeah, it was great to have you be part of the show, man. And Memory Entry played so well. Like, we all watched your set, which was super awesome because we couldn't watch all of the sets from the weekends, especially, like I said, sometimes we were in the back, like preparing to go on ourselves. So, for Taken, I was able to watch a few songs a night. I watched a little bit of Breaking Pangea. I don't want to shout out all the bands. I don't think we even mentioned the bands who were on the shows, right? So Taken and Breaking Pangea, and On the Might of Princess, and then also Omid All, who played the Philadelphia show. And then with Memory Entry specifically, I just want to say, like, we all watched your set because you're a friend of ours, but you guys were awesome. Like, just so awesome. You had like great energy. Everybody played well, and you guys sounded good. And I love those songs, and I'm just very happy for you. Like, I'm stoked that you're in this like kick-ass band, and I wish you guys the best of luck.
All right. We are here now with Mike Shaw. Mike, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me, Keith.
Yes, it's great to have you here for a proper return interview. Mike, where are you right now?
Right now, I am in Joshua Tree, Yucca Valley, California. My girlfriend lives out here, so yeah, it's really beautiful. Like, the desert has such a quiet magic, and just waking up and being able to sing for a couple hours each day out here is really special. And just really grateful to be out here right now and chatting with you.
How long have you been in a relationship now?
Oh, we're coming up on 1 year, September 23rd. And I know I listen to this show so much, like every week. Like I can't wait for Monday morning just to see who's going to be on, and then throughout the week I'll just get to each episode. And I noticed that lacks romance. Like there's not too much romance. So if you don't mind, I'll just tell you a little bit how her and I met.
Yes, please.
Because I was single for many years, from age 26 through 42, like completely single, very hermit-like, monk-like.
Wait a second. Age 26 to 42, single.
Yeah, and like no sex, no dating. I was just a very solo wanderer, so to speak.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing now. I've been single for, let's see, 22, 23, over 3 years now.
Yeah,
and I've only been on one date in that whole time. Yeah, you're right. The show does lack romance, Mike, because it's just me and my solitary workaholic lifestyle. We cover a lot of recovery items, and we touch on maybe some spiritual things sometimes. But lay the romance on us, Mike.
All right.
How did you meet?
So she's from the Philadelphia area as well. We had mutual friends, for like peripheral circles of friends, and I always had a little bit of a crush on her. So she lives out in California, and I saw that she was visiting PA September 22nd through October 1st of 2023. And so I just hit her up on Instagram, said, if you want to, if you want to take a walk or grab some coffee while you're in town, I would love to meet you and just see what you're about. And so she agreed. And the very first day of autumn, September 23rd, I woke up and I went to meet her at a coffee place in Rittenhouse Square. And she was the first person I met and talked to on the first day of autumn, 2023. And I was very nervous. Like, I actually had like butterflies, and being a 43-year-old man and like getting that feeling, I was like, wow, I didn't know this was possible, And I got to the coffee shop first. She walked in, gave her a hug. I just felt instantly cool, like relieved, and just felt at peace, at ease. And as we were ordering our drinks, the song that was playing over the speakers at the coffee shop was the oldie, "When Will I See You Again?" Like, "When will I see you again?" You know that song?
No.
Oh, it's by the 3 Degrees. It sounds like, one of those Motown songs.
Yeah.
And I heard her sing that song like really quietly, and I felt one of the butterflies just come up through my eyes and out my ears, and like and then I shared that with her, and it was a very endearing moment. But coffee went great. We went our separate ways, and that song was just echoing in my mind, like, "When will I see you again?" And it's really been woven into our relationship, because I'm in Philly, she's out here in California, and we never really know when we'll see each other again. So it's just been, it was a nice little synchronicity to start the relationship, and we just been granted with so many precious moments and synchronicities along the way. And her name is Blair, by the way.
Blair.
Yeah.
I love it. Yes, I met her at a few different functions lately, and seems very nice. I'm happy for you. Yeah, the show could use some more romance.
Yeah.
So it seems like that's the key, Mike. If you like somebody, or if there's like somebody you want to see, you have to message them and make plans with them.
It's funny. I messaged her in 2019, like, "Hey, you want to grab coffee, take a walk?" And like, we didn't really link up then. I was like, and it's basically like, "Oh, no. Okay, I'll ask again in 4 years." and it worked.
It worked. I like it. That's beautiful. So any plans to move out west or have her come out here? Have we talked about that?
Yeah, the rest of my year, I'll be out here most of the time with her. And this is kind of like home base from now. I'll be flying back to PA just to see family, do some pet sitting, and be bi-coastal for now, mostly on the West Coast.
Wow. So we've lost you to the West Coast.
No. And it's a great place to sing. I mean, today I got to sing for almost 3 hours. And ever since the This Day Forward shows, I just haven't lost steam, so to speak. Every day I just spend 2-3 hours singing, and then it's the most beneficial practice for me personally. A lot of people, you think about overall well-being or mental health, and it's like exercise, diet, meditation, all this stuff. And you never, like, singing never cracks any list. But I strongly do encourage everyone, listeners, to incorporate a little bit of singing into your daily, even if it's in the car, in the shower, and humming as well. I recently learned that humming, when you hum, it's nearly impossible to have thoughts. And that's really important because we're so busy. We have over 70,000 thoughts every day. And if you have a little practice, humming is just a nice little trick. Like, have a few songs stored in your pocket that if you're starting to feel overwhelmed or stressed, you can just take a minute or 90 seconds and just hum and just kind of disconnect your mind from your nervous system. Like today I was doing this one, like, see if you can guess it. Ready?
Damn, I can't guess it.
It's Basket Case by Green Day.
Oh,
You have the time to listen to me one.
yeah.
So, yeah, just store a few of them. If you're ever feeling stressed or overwhelmed, just hum for a minute or so.
That is, I'm glad you said that because I have a lot of intrusive negative thoughts. You know, like I work all day, and the second I step away from the computer, it's like, remember this stupid thing you did 10 years ago? Remember when this person said that? Remember this person didn't like this? Remember what? And then I have to like do an on the spot meditation to be like, stop, none of this matters. But I'm gonna remember the humming thing. That's good.
Yeah, it helps when you're getting besieged by those thoughts.
I like that word. That's a good description for it. I saw that you were with Vadim out there.
Yeah, we got to spend a couple days. We went to see Thievery Corporation and Nightmares on Wax at the Greek Theater. And really, really funny story about that. So the four of us, me, Blair, Vadim, and Tanya, his girlfriend, we get to the show, and I was going to buy us a round of waters at the bar, and I get up and I order 4 bottles. There was that Proud Source. Do you know that? It's like a liter of water in an aluminum can.
No.
And well, you know, it's just like a normal water. It's just like Evian in an aluminum can. And I was like, I got this, guys, you know, and I was just curious to see how much a bottle of water was. And he hands me one of the computer receipt, and it says $49.68. And I've never seen that combination of numbers and been so aghast. I was like, and I was so shocked. But it's so good that they didn't make it $50, because I would have been like, $50, yeah, right. Go check your machine. You know, those numbers can't be right. But it was $49.68, so it was like so perfectly calculated that I just quickly, swiped my card, tipped $8 or whatever, and then handed the waters. And I was like, man, what kind of a magic trick was that?
So, oh my God. How is it that expensive?
I don't know, but I think that was my last time being at the Greek Theater. Lovely place, great sound. The bands are great, but I think I'll pass in the future. I will stick with Underground Arts. I love that venue, and we were really lucky to play there with This Day Forward. I mean, that was like the perfect venue, and I'm so glad you made it down for the Saturday show, man.
Yeah, me too. So This Day Forward. Now, we played 3 incredible shows, our first shows in 21 years.
Yeah.
And I want to talk to you about that. Now, let's talk about the lead up to some of the shows. Like I spoke to Vadim earlier this week, and he gave me a lot of the details about the logistics and the venues and picking opening bands and all that stuff. And so we figure out that the reunion is going to happen sometime in February, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you immediately begin rehearsing on your own? Like, what is your process? What do you do?
Okay, so the timeline for me is we agreed early February. I think it was like the 9th or 11th, somewhere around there. And I was like, whoa, okay, it's happening. And then on Valentine's Day, the 14th, I took my nephew to the First Unitarian Church to see for his first ever concert. Like he was 14, about to turn 15. And I was like, hey, dude, like it's time. You know, I want to show you some bands. And like, it was Military Gun, Spiritual Cramp, who I love that band. They're like my favorite band right now. And Spaced opened, and Pool Kids played. And just being at the church and know that was the last show that This Day Forward ever played, and just revisiting that energy and then seeing those bands play, it just kind of was the supercharged kind of defibrillator moment that I needed. And the next day I just, I opened up In Response on Spotify and then sung along to the whole thing. That's how I started practicing, was just like singing along on Spotify.
Yeah, that's what I did. Like when I joined the Darling Fire, I just put them on Spotify. Yeah. I made a playlist of the set and I just stood in my room and played the songs over and over and over again.
Nice.
So you just sang along to the songs on Spotify?
Yeah, for a while, but then the guys, Vadim kind of initiated making new versions of the song played to a click, and they sounded awesome. I'm actually going to record a few vocals over a few of those in the coming weeks, just for S's and giggles. We're not swearing here today, folks.
Yes, you can if you want to, Mike. That could be like very. I still don't curse very much to this day because of you.
That's so great.
I like because you had like back in the day, Mike had like a no cursing policy, so he would just say the first letter of curses, and it spread to a lot of people. Like Pat would do it sometimes, and I like to this day I still won't curse a lot.
That's great. And I really only curse when I play basketball. If I miss a shot or make a bad pass, it all comes out. I'm like mother effing sea sucker, and the unadulterated version.
Yeah, I've heard it, and it's shocking. Because I remember when you were playing that famed Equal Vision basketball game at Hellfest.
Yeah.
Like you would miss a shot and you would be like, shit. And then Pat would be like, Mike, stop. Because it was like too distracting to him.
Yeah. I still think it's so wild how basketball carried us to our dream label. You never know when your passions are going to align, and like, it's so interesting,
It really is. It really is. So you're practicing the songs. Where do you do it? Do you do it at home? Or are you like driving around and doing it? How do you do it?
So this year I was pet sitting for Nick Beard, my good friend Nick, his dog and his cat, while he was away on teching for Pierce the Veil. And it was very fortuitous because his house, I could scream full volume and not disturb the neighbors. Like one night I was practicing, it was in February, and I got pretty loud, maybe 70% like yelling. And the next day I went and knocked on each neighbor's door just to be like, excuse me, I rehearse, I do a lot of singing, and I was just wondering if you heard anything last night. And, all the neighbors were just like, no, you're good. Can't hear a thing. So really lucked out. I didn't have to rent a practice space. And I wound up going in his second floor closet just for extra soundproofing, because when I scream, it was like, back in the day, I used to get the cops called on me just from practicing, at a house or something. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And then I was even practicing in a graveyard leading up to these shows, and not even screaming. I was like yelling, maybe 70%. And a cop rolled in and just parked right near me and kind of just put his elbow on the door, and he had glasses. I was like, all right, dude, I get the point. I'm out of here. Yeah.
He just looked at you and didn't even say anything.
Yeah. What a goon. But so much, cops have always shut down This Day Forward stuff. So why not shut down one of my practices?
The tradition continues.
Yeah.
Was it hard for you? Did you have to like really work to build yourself back up?
Yeah, especially the screaming. In 2023, I started singing a ton. It just has become so integral to my life. Really singing is so important as a daily practice for me. And, I was just branching I was singing a lot along with a lot of female vocalists, a lot of women vocals, and learning falsetto. So then to kind of have to relearn how to scream was very difficult. Whereas 20 years ago when we were playing, the screaming part was easy. And the singing was where I really struggled. Now it was really had flipped a lifetime later.
Yeah, like I had to put in a lot of work to get where I needed to get to perform live for memory entry, right? It's mostly screaming and yelling. And I was thinking back to when I was in the basement year, and I was like, Man, I fucked up. I had it so easy. Like it was so easy to just sing in that band, and now I'm screaming like an idiot.
No, dude, your voice sounds great, and I love that band. I'm really excited for you and the dudes. Like 2025 is going to be awesome, and
It's going to be crazy.
And I feel honored to have been at your first show and then get to share the stage with you for your second show. And yeah, can't wait for the future of Memory Entry.
That's right. You can say you've been at both shows.
I'm coming to all of them.
So we get together for the first. Wait, before I get to that, now, what is your policy on screaming vocals these days? I'm curious about this because I know you kind of wanted to get away from that to some degree towards the last days of This Day Forward. And then I know you didn't want to scream anymore, I think, in post This Day Forward bands like Bamboo Houses and Colors, right? Like, did you want to move away from that?
Yeah, it just was kind of naturally gravitating away from it. But I got to tell you, just relearning and just adding the screaming back to the repertoire has been awesome. Even after the This Day Forward shows, I still scream when I'm running through songs throughout the day. And I think just moderation with the screaming just makes it so much more powerful, more intense. Some of these newer bands, they're good. I mean, it's awesome to hear a lot of the screaming, but I think when it's done just in a more moderate, more tasteful way, it can just pack a little more emotion, you know?
You're absolutely right. And it really came out during the shows because, you know, for your band, This Day Forward, for you guys, you know, you would have like a singing part and then just belt out a really big scream and it would be that much more impactful. And I would be like, whoa, like he's got it.
Yeah.
He's still doing it.
And during the couple months we had to rehearse, I had a few practices where I was really able to go from singing voice into yelling into screaming and just so fluent with it where I was like, this is awesome. This is like the vocalist I've always wanted to become. And then the next day I would have like a terrible practice. Then I would just be in my head. But there was a few times where I would just really get into flow state or wu wei, which is effortless action with the screaming, which was hard for me. Singing, I can get into flow state pretty easily. But then when it came to do the screaming parts, I would have to like think like, okay, don't push too much. Don't you might strain your voice, but getting into flow state with screaming was amazing, and I'm going to keep it in the repertoire moving forward for sure.
So how was it when you all got together for the first time and you're all playing together?
It was magical. August 16th, which is a big day for me, because August 16th of 2016, my apartment burned down in South Philly, and I lost all my possessions. And then August 16th of 2019, I filmed the first episodes for my podcast, Kinder Things. And that was a really special, magical day. And now fast forward to August 16th, 2024, we have our first full band practice in over 20 years. And so, yeah, that 8/16 is a very special day for me. And just being there with the guys, you could probably hear in my voice, I'm like smiling, just thinking of seeing them all in that one room together. And we're so lucky to get to have that time again.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
All these things happened on August 16th.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Dude. That's mind-blowing. So how did the first practice go?
First practice was amazing. I mean, I made it through 10 songs with them, and Scream was sounding good. They were flowing. The only thing is, after the first practice, like the next morning I woke up and I was like a little shredded, and I was like, did I not warm up enough? I really only took about 20 minutes to warm up, which I was used to taking maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours of warm up and then screaming. So I was like, oh no, was I too careless with my voice? And the next day, I only made it through 9 songs, and then I knew I kind of had to shut it down, and I went silent for a couple days. I shredded my voice pretty hard in the first couple days of practice, unfortunately. But turns out it was part of the journey and something that I had just had to deal with and overcome.
I spoke to Vadim, and he told me some of what you did while your voice was shut down to keep the energy up.
Yeah. I was doing full practices. Like we were at the show, jumping around, twirling, twisting, doing my Tai Chi moves and lip singing the vocals. Just, I wanted to play those songs so bad. Like I was having so much fun with rehearsals, and to hear them playing, I couldn't just sit in the other room. That wasn't going to happen. So I was jumping all around the house, and they would be done, 12 or 13 songs, and I would come in like pouring sweat, like guys, it sounds awesome. And I think doing all the movements really helped with cardio and like helped me figure out at the shows, like when I was going to use the mic stand and when I could like move around and stuff.
Yeah, that's smart, because all of that stuff is important too. Because I'll never forget you coming out during that first time I saw you on Saturday, and you knew when to grab the mic stand, you knew how to work it.
Yeah.
You looked good. You had the right look. Like the moves were spot on. Like everything was like perfect.
Thanks, man.
Yes. You said everyone didn't like the jacket. Were people against the jacket?
See, the thing is, like, I have a cringe meter, and I'll always break it. Like my ideas are, I usually go like, I wanted to have like, I ordered these 48 beach balls, and they lit up. They had all these LED lights, and I was like, guys, can I throw these out at parts when like you guys are just playing and I'm not doing anything? And Colin was just like, no, Mike, no. And I was like, all right. And then I was like, can I have just one ball out there? And then I could like fake throw it to the crowd. So like an idea like that, thinking about it in retrospect, I'm glad Colin was there to be the voice of reason. And the cringe meter, like, I just don't know when things are cringe, but the orange jacket that I wore Saturday was gifted to me by Colin's wife, Sarah. And the day I got it, I put it on and I was dancing around the house with Nick's pets. And I went through all the This Day Forward songs, and I felt like an airbender. I was just doing all these Tai Chi moves, and it just felt so aerodynamic. So most of my practices at the house, I would just wear that. So they were very embedded in the energy of these songs. So it just made sense for me to wear it on Saturday and Sunday. It just has been part of the journey,
The jacket was cool.
Thanks.
It was a good move.
Cool. The pictures look cool.
Yeah, they do. And they had like those kind of black light kind of lights at Underground Arts, and it made the jacket glow. It was cool.
Nice.
It was cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. During practice, you actually had to go to urgent care.
Yeah, like the one morning, I think it was Wednesday, I woke up and I was just still so shredded. My voice was maybe 20, 30%. And I was like, oh no, like, I didn't know what to do. So my dad had the idea of going over to urgent care, and they gave me, a couple prescribed steroids. I forget the name of it.
Prednisone?
It was a form of prednisone. I forget the exact name. And I explained the situation like, hey, my band has our first shows in over 20 years, and my voice, you can hear it's very hoarse. And they're like, here, this should help with the next couple of days. If Saturday, if you start feeling bad again, then you can come back and see us. So it was like very by the book, official through the doctor. And then I found out a lot of singers use steroids, like Mick Jagger uses steroids for performance. It's not something I would ever do unless dire, unless absolutely necessary. But yeah, it helped out with practice on Wednesday, and then got my voice feeling better for the shows over the weekend.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So that first show, Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, how did you feel? Were you like hidden away from people? Was there a lot of nervousness and anticipation on your part? Tell us about it.
Oh yeah. Friday morning, I woke up and my voice was still maybe 60%. And I went outside of Vadim's house, and I just was running through some humming warm-ups, and I couldn't even do those. And I was just like, so nervous. And I was feeling very overwhelmed. And then a mantra that's helped me a lot just kind of came over me. And I just started repeating to myself, like, let today be a beautiful day. 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 And I just kept repeating it, maybe for like 4 or 5 minutes, and just started breathing again, and went silent. And then later in the day, we got to the venue around 3, and I get like such a little kid when there's an empty stage. And the second we got there, me and Gary were in the main room, and I jumped on stage and I just started doing like my spin moves and my Tai Chi moves. And I looked up and there was a sound guy there. I was like, oh, whoa, sorry there, guy. Yeah.
So how was it? How was the first show?
It was great. And I really started getting into the zone during the opening bands. Like, we got to play with one of my favorite new Philly bands. They're called Omit All. Listeners, feel free to look them up on Instagram. It's at Omit All Band. They're awesome. I was so stoked. I'd seen them twice already. And during their set, I just started like kind of bopping around a little bit, like just getting the energy flowing. And I went and I grabbed the orange windbreaker. And during their set, I was just started kind of moving around and like doing spin moves. And then I heard Colin warming up in the hallway back in the backstage area. And he just had pads. He was like going through songs. And then I heard him go into white picket. So I pretended like it was the show. And like I did the exact move. And like I pretended the mic stand was there. And it was just me ghost dancing to him, like warming up in my yellow or orange jacket. And it was such a special moment. Like I'll never forget just like being with Colin like that Friday night, and it made me realize like how his drumming affects the way I move so much, and how our connection is such a crucial part of this day forward. It's funny, his birthday is July 3rd and mine's January 3rd, so we're exactly 6 months apart too. So, and then after that, I went into the room with Vadim and Gary. And Vadim started playing a few songs on his acoustic guitar. He broke into Help by the Beatles. I know you're not the biggest Beatles fan, but I love that song. And I started just dancing around, and we sung that song together. And after that, I was just ready to be on stage. And I was just like very giddy, like a little kid back there.
Amazing. Yeah. Yeah. So did you feel good after the first show? I mean,
yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the response was just so positive, and people were so like welcoming and energetic, and just singing all the words. I don't know. I just couldn't help but smile on stage. I felt like a little kid again. I feel like it could probably translate. You could probably see me smiling up there. I know we were supposed to be like a hardcore metalcore band, but couldn't help myself.
No, you were having fun. Yeah. And you were just really happy. And that's what I like about you and this day forward is like, there's not like the cool guy posturing, like you just have fun and you goof around and you don't give a shit. And I like that. And then Sunday, I'm jumping ahead a bit, but like you wore my band's shirt, I wore your band's shirt, and you just gave like these heartfelt shout outs to my band and other people. And it's like, you know, that's, you inspired me because like, I don't know, I can like kind of be rigid sometimes and I'm like, oh, this might not come across good, but I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to have fun.
Yeah.
And that was inspired by you.
That's awesome, man. Dude, thanks for sharing that. And it's so funny because the Friday night, I knew I was wearing a Spiritual Cramp shirt. I love that band. And I wanted, if any attention this day forward got, I wanted Spiritual Cramp to get a little bit too. And then Saturday, Mannequin Pussy, they're a band from Philly. They're amazing. It's my favorite record of the year. And I wanted to give them some more visibility and attention by wearing their shirts. Because back in the day, like we would go to shows, like hardcore shows. And I remember the singer for Earth Crisis was wearing a Snapcase shirt. The next day I was like, what's Snapcase? And I ordered a CD and then got obsessed with them. It was sort of like this, that was our currency. Or even in school, that's how me and Golen met. I saw him wearing a Shelter shirt. I'd be like, cool shirt, man. That was like our currency. Cool shirt, man.
Yeah.
And so Sunday I didn't have a shirt and I was like, what am I going to wear? Like, and then in the band thread, our This Day Forward thread that you're in, you posted the Memory Andrew shirt, and my eyes lit up. I was like, I have to wear that. Please save one for me for Sunday. So
Amazing.
yeah,
Amazing. You were the very first shirt sale.
yes, that's amazing. And it was a swap.
Yes. So that was awesome. That was awesome. And that Saturday show, the Saturday This Day Forward show, that was amazing. How much were you out like in the crowd a lot? Because there were so many people. There was like every time you took a step, there would be someone else you hadn't seen in 20 years. And there was just so many conversations, so many people. It was like such a great, overwhelming feeling that I had to go into that other room and just sit down for a minute. And I remember sitting with Jeremy and Misty, and I was just like, this is insane. This is like crazy. Like, were you out in the mix at all, or did you have to like be away to be in the zone?
No, I was away from everybody. Like my voice was only about 60%, so I couldn't really talk to people, unfortunately. And then I was in our green room. There was a private bathroom, and I spent a lot of time in that, just pacing back and forth, humming, doing vocal warm-ups, and just getting in the zone. But the nerves weren't there because Friday was so awesome. So then Saturday was just party time. I mean, we were ready to play that show, and just the energy. I woke up that Saturday morning and I could not wait to like play those songs again. You know,
that was like the best day ever. I'm glad
awesome.
Vadim texted me and said like, "Hey, you should come to this because everyone's going to be there." Because at the time I was worried that we needed to practice more, or I have to like not be worn out because we're playing the next day. But whatever, I went and it was like the best night ever.
Yeah, I'm so glad you made it down, and you drove a red Mustang from New York to Philly.
That was
amazing.
So funny. They were like, "This is the only car we have left," and I was like, "All right,
it's amazing.
Let's go."
And I bought the postcards. I got postcards made, 700 of them, so everybody that came to the show on Saturday was handed an envelope that was stamped This Day Forward, and you open it up, and it was a postcard. And I was glad I got to like tell people like, yo, this is not a souvenir. Like, this is not something for you to keep. Like, think of somebody, a family member, a friend, maybe somebody you used to go to This Day Forward shows with, and get their address and then send this to them. It's just a good snail mail is such a long lost art. And even if one person out of the entire 700 that I printed out did it, it would be worth it.
Yeah, that was really awesome. Those are like special little touches that only you could think of. I mean, it's just great.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm glad you did that. I didn't get a postcard, by the way. I don't know. I'm like, I walked in and then everyone was handing out cards and I was like, I don't know what this is. And I just kept walking. I wish I would have gotten one though, because,
I'll tell Golen to send you one.
Do you have any left?
Yeah, I got about 50 left.
All right. I'm going to get one from you. And I'm going to follow your instructions and send it out to somebody.
Sweet.
Now, I can tell you from the audience, you sounded fantastic. Everyone did. It was just spot on. It sounded like you guys never left. Your voice sounded stronger than ever. Was it, like you said, your voice was at 60%. Was it a struggle to get through the show?
Yeah. And I do kind of wish I had my voice at like 90 or 100% because I was really happy with the way it was sounding leading up to the shows. And then, what got broadcasted, I wasn't super happy with, but the energy of the shows is just washed any sort of like negativity or self-doubt or negative talk just was washed away by like the energy and the love, and just getting to play those songs again was so special.
Yeah, like we would have to be impervious to any negative talk if it's out there. I haven't seen any, but because the feeling in that room that night is a once in a lifetime thing, like all of us together.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about you guys, the band. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about all of our friends, everyone who traveled in to see the show, like everyone who was together, who hasn't been together in that long. Like that's a once in a lifetime special thing.
Yeah. We don't get a chance to be together. Togetherness is like pretty reserved these days as we get older for like weddings or unfortunately funerals. we don't even really get together for birthday parties, but to congregate together and get to celebrate like This Day Forward songs, like, oh my God, that was so much fun. Like, what a treat. Like, we feel so lucky to have those 3 shows in that window of time to kind of celebrate our band and the songs we made. And I know a lot of our peers went on to do like bigger, better things. They're still doing it, and I'm much love to them. And I'm just glad that we were able to get that little window of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And then the last night, how did you feel about it? I thought it was great. That stage was intimidating because it was kind of high.
Yeah, like, and that was something we had talked about. Is as This Day Forward, we're getting bigger shows toward the end, like on tour with Avenged Sevenfold, playing like 1,500 2K cap rooms, and the divide between the stage and the audience really didn't mesh with us. It didn't. We weren't a band that could like pass through that gauntlet and be we relied too much on the energy of the crowd and just being very close. So getting a small taste of that at the Bowery Ballroom, where it was an elevated stage, it was like, oh yeah, I remember this feeling. But I had been practicing as almost to not expect any crowd involvement because I've been to a lot of shows over the past few years, and it seems to be there's a lot of spectating, a lot of people on their phones just enjoying the show, like recording it for later consumption. And I don't see too much singing along and dancing. So I was like, okay, well, if people are kind of like statues or zombies at the show, we're going to bring the energy no matter what. Like, so I think doing that kind of helped me and us prepare for, the heightened stage at Bowery Ballroom. And, who knows if there's a festival in the future that we play and there's a divide, then we'll be a little more prepared for that.
We'll tear that shit down.
Yes.
While you were speaking in between one of the songs, you said something that I didn't even realize. You said that in response, the final This Day Forward record had only been out 6 months before the band disbanded.
True. Yeah. It came out June 17th of 2003. And then we broke up. We disbanded, played our last show December 23rd of 2003. So a little over 6 months lifespan.
Wow. So it didn't even really get out there too much before you guys disbanded.
Yeah. And that's why getting to play these shows and play those songs again, because we only got to play a few of them once or twice live. It was such a joy to get to do that and bring these songs back to life, especially the In Response ones.
Yeah. I mentioned this on my show, but I hadn't heard all of In Response in a long time because I would like pick out certain songs and throw them on playlists. But when I saw you guys those nights, I heard songs I hadn't heard in a long time and they got stuck in my head so bad. Like Abandon the Abbreviated World.
Yeah, that's like my favorite to play now and to move down to. It's so crazy.
It got so stuck in my head. I was like, this is my new favorite This Day Forward song now.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it was just great to hear those songs again. Did you, we've talked about the end of the band and, when the band ended in 2003, you were ready to be done. And it sounded like Brendan was ready to be done too. Mm-hmm. But after the band was done, in any of the years following, did you have regrets? Like, oh man, maybe we ended it too soon, or oh, maybe we should have tried to do a new record, one more record, or anything like that?
There wasn't too much regret involved because we played our last show in December of 2003, and then in January of 2004, I got hired as a server at the Great American Diner, and I also discovered online poker. So I got split into these two halves, and then Circa formed, and then I was like, wow, look at this. And hearing what they were doing and, Anthony's voice, I was like, wow, I could have never guided like This Day Forward guys to a height like that with my voice. Like I just knew there was like, we were always like a Fight Club type band. Like you would see us at a VFW hall or a small club or, Palenka Park. We were never a band that could really pass through that gauntlet and become playing like 5,000 cap rooms like Circa did. So I just became a huge fan of Circa Survive, and I actually traveled around quite a bit. It was always a good excuse to travel around and see them. One year I had off for Valentine's Day, which was rare for me working in the restaurant industry. And I saw that Circus Survive was playing in Denver. So I looked up a flight, and a round trip flight to Denver and back to Philly was like $90, like round trip. And I was like, cool. I instantly booked it. And I show up to the show. I kind of like surprised them too. And they were doing a Q&A before their set. It was like for VIP only, about an hour, where they would play a few acoustic songs and then do a Q&A. And Denver, the very last question, a guy, I remember Colin was like, all right, we're going to take one more question, and you. So the guy said, this question's for Colin and Brendan. How much different is it touring in Circus Survive than it was in This Day Forward? And they said they never get asked like This Day Forward stuff. And Colin was like, well, it's funny you asked, because the singer for This Day Forward, Mike, he's actually here at the show. And he pointed to me in the back, and I like waved to everybody.
What an amazing coincidence.
Yeah. So there was no regret about This Day Forward, just to kind of see what grew out of it. And I was just the biggest Circa fan. And I do hope that band has their day in the sun. You know, it was really special for This Day Forward to have our little window of time in the sun. And I hope Circa Survive gets that as well in some incarnation.
Same here. I hope they'll be back eventually. And yeah, I like how you would just randomly show up to Circa shows in other cities.
Yeah.
And you would just surprise them.
Yep.
Did you ever want to be in a band as active as This Day Forward was again?
Yeah, Colors. I was in a band for a year in 2012 called Colors. And that band was just really special. I felt the musicianship. I would just watch those guys practice and just be like kind of in awe. Our dear friend TJ DeBlois, who passed away, he was the drummer for Colors, and I would just sit there on the couch watching him drum. I couldn't believe it. And that was one band that I really wanted to put our record out, because we had all 10 songs written, and the album was going to be called You Are Here, and the first song was called Be Here. And it had really good flow to it. We just didn't get to record it, and we disbanded before we could make that happen.
What happened?
We played this venue called The Fire. And it's funny, the band I was in previous to that, Bamboo Houses, we played The Fire, and then it just turns out we never played again. So then Colors, we played for about a year. We had a show in December at The Fire, and there was maybe 4 people there watching. And we just never, everything just fizzled after that. Like, we just stopped talking to each other, and it just like, it just kind of went away after that. So Philly bands, don't play The Fire.
I've played there too. Paper Tiger played there maybe more than once, but we didn't break up right after, so we avoided the curse.
We got thrown into the fire and did not survive. It's pretty symbolic. Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to say about the Saturday show. So we did sound check, and it was so fun to even play those songs during sound check. Did a couple in response songs. I couldn't scream because really concerning my voice. So the guys wanted to run through transient effects songs, and I stood down like on the side of the stage, and they played Kissing Perfection's Cheek. And dude, I was like in awe. I couldn't believe I was like seeing Colin, Brendan, Gary, Vadim just play that song. And I was like headbanging, I was twisting. And for a moment, just watching them and being in awe, I literally almost cried just like watching them play that during sound check. And then I was going through each member, and we map the archetype of the Ninja Turtles perfectly. Like, Colin is definitely our Leonardo. He's like the most skilled artist. He's definitely the leader. Vadim is the Donatello, like the logistics guy, the science guy. I mean, he worked for NASA, for a year. And then the most musically like precise or like theoretically talented. And then Gary's definitely Michelangelo, like the party guy. I mean, have you seen his Instagram and Facebook? I mean, he's always making amazing pizzas, and
He's always up to some shit.
yeah. And then and then Brendan is definitely Raphael. It's sort of like the solitary, like loner, very dry humor, probably the low key funniest of the turtles. And then me, I would be Master Splinter, the old Zen rat, the Mr. Miyagi kind of the bunch.
Yeah, as you were explaining that, I was like, wait, we're out of turtles. And I was like, no, he's Splinter.
You figured it out.
I like that. Yeah. I like that. How did you feel about everything after the shows? I was on a high for like weeks after that, and I just felt so good. I still feel so good. I feel like everything converged perfectly on that weekend. I felt like it was what I needed. I felt it really kickstarted my band. So I'm happy. I was really happy about the whole thing. What about you?
Yeah, it was a great renewal, I would say. I woke up Monday morning and, I had to return the van and do some rounds, but I just woke up feeling the golden glow, so to speak. Sense of accomplishment, sense of peace, just giddiness, a lot of joy, just thinking about all the people we just saw and like what we just got to do. So yeah, no stress or anxiety that morning, which is pretty rare these days. That Monday morning after the shows was really beautiful. Golden glow is the best way I could explain it. And then when I got back, I just went into singing again, and just like I didn't really miss a beat. And no matter what, like moving forward now, I just realized how important voice is to me. Like whether I'm singing alone, with pets that I'm sitting, or working on a podcast, which I have some episodes coming up. I realized like finding my voice is just like an important lifelong pursuit, and I'm just going to continue on that journey.
The song voice.
Yes.
That's one of my favorites. Is there, this is going to be a two-part question. I can guess what voice is about, but tell me specifically what it's about from your perspective, and then tell me if there's like an overall theme to In Response or any of your records. Like, I mean, do you just tackle songs issue by issue, song by song, or does it fold up into like one overall theme?
Oh, song by song, I would say. Like you mentioned In the Past earlier, and that's my favorite song because it's about courage. And that's something in my youth that I felt like I lacked. And that song really conjures up just courage. I try to keep my themes or ideas very simple, You mentioned voice, and I think a lot of that song was what I just talked about finding your form of expression and just following it, because our time on earth is so limited. So if you find that vehicle, whether it's your singing voice, whether it's your writing voice, whether it's playing the violin, with you, this medium and podcasting, I'm just so happy that you found your voice, because you've really become a trusted source and a beacon of inspiration to the community. And just can't thank you enough for all the work that you put in the past 4 years with this show and the heights you've taken it to. These This Day Forward shows would not have happened without the New Scene, for sure. It's just so embedded in the whole journey and wrapped up in everything. So that's why I'm glad we got to share the stage with you Sunday, which who knows, maybe it's the last This Day Forward show ever, but I wore a memory entry show there, and I sent out voice to my favorite podcast host and my dear friend,
Yeah, again, thank you for doing that, because it was just I was like blown away, because just getting to play the show with you guys, and then you saying so many nice things on the stage, just with everybody there was crazy. And I'm sorry that the old me came out and I was heckling you during it.
That was amazing. It was perfect comedic timing. I was like, there's a new band in town. They're called Memory Entry. Boo! Amazing.
And this girl next to me looked at me like, what do you do? And then I was like, oh, it's okay. It's my band. And she's like, I know. but like it's like she knew what I was doing and still seemed like confused by it. But it was it was fun. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, thanks for all the kind words about the podcast and everything. What you're saying about voice is what I tell people when these types of conversations come up. I say everybody out there is really good at one thing. Your job is to like figure out what that thing is.
Yeah. And I love that you rediscovered your old tapes from when you were maybe like 10 or 11 years old, of you recording fake talk show appearances, or you were
I have shoe boxes filled with tapes of different talk shows that I did. So when I look back, when I pull the camera, all right, when the microscope becomes a telescope and I pull it way back, I can see that I was always doing stuff like that. Like I had different talk shows, different voices, different characters, always archiving to some degree, always capturing what was going on. Why? I don't know exactly, but it's always been there.
And like once I discovered punk and hardcore, all I wanted to do was be in a band. And like every show I was like, what if I had the chance to do that? And so to get to play these 3 This Day Forward shows, it transported me. It was like a time machine. I really felt like I was in my 20s again. And my body was definitely feeling very 40-ish that Monday after the Golden Glow wore off.
Yeah, it took me like 3 days to recover because I didn't sleep, and it was wild. Is there a future for This Day Forward?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be lifelong friends and brothers no matter what. We're going to be on this text thread together. And then I never thought a reunion would ever happen. Like I would give it like a 1% chance. So for those shows to happen was miraculous. And then the future is open. So there is an idea on the horizon, but I'll just leave it at that because I don't want to leak anything.
You not leak anything? Impossible.
Yeah. But the one thing I do have voice-wise coming up is I'm recording the first episode of my old podcast called Kinder Things. It's going to be my first episode in over 4 years, and I get to chat with one of my favorite singers on the planet right now. Really excited for that to come out. So, follow at Kinder Things Podcasts on IG and look out for that discussion, conversation. It's going to be a fun one.
Awesome. Yeah, make sure everybody checks that out. And Mike, listen, I love you. I appreciate you. We've been friends for a very long time now, and I just want to say thank you.
Love you, Keith, and so proud of you, and thanks so much for having me on again today.
All right, we are here now with the legendary Gary Shaw. Gary, welcome to the show.
Nice to be here.
Yes, Gary, it's great to have you here. You have not been on the show since your very brief cameo back in the day when we were still the Northeast scene.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, and I called you and said you were on the show, and you were like, what show?
I have to go back and listen to that. I think I was probably like, I have to go to Costco or something.
It was so funny. I actually called the episode What Show? But anyway, it's great to have you here. There's plenty of exciting things that have happened recently, the This Day Forward shows. And look, we'll talk about that. But first, let's get to know you. We, the people, need to get to know you. Now, you are currently residing in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, yes?
Yes. I kind of was raised in Bucks County, but then lived in Center City, Philadelphia for a while. And then had a couple kids and went back to the suburbs, had a couple more kids, and I live in the suburban life, and I drive a minivan. I love it.
You have a minivan now.
Not for everybody. Yeah, we upgraded to a minivan when we had 3 kids, and then we were like, wait, we have an extra seat in this minivan. Why don't we have a 4th kid? We should just fill the whole minivan. And that's where we're at in life right now. So I have a full-time job, 4 kids, and I just got home from I have my 8-year-old. He's in tackle football, so I literally just got home about 12 minutes ago, and ready to have some conversation. Yeah, so my life's pretty jam-packed with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you might be the busiest out of everybody because you have 4 children. How old are your kids?
I have 9, 8, 5, and 2. And 2 boys, 2 girls, and it's a zoo at my house. I love it though.
Yeah, yeah. It's you have pets too, right? Dog and cat?
We have 2 cats. We did have a Great Pyrenees. She passed away almost a year ago, but we didn't really kind of make any social media announcements about it. Probably should, but she was a huge, like, 80 or 90 pound Great Pyrenees. So it literally was a zoo at my house with cats and a huge dog, 4 kids running around. Like, I wish there was just a camera in the corner of my rooms just capturing the chaos. And bedtime is just insane. I don't know if you've ever gotten one kid to bed, but it's mad. It's amazing. I love it.
My older sister has kids, and bedtime was always like the most insane thing I've ever seen. I lived with her for 3 months when I moved to New York.
Yeah, it's a skill you learn, and just keeping calm and collective. Don't raise your voice as much as you want to, and the kid, you just find a groove. I have these terrible sayings. I used to say when I had 2 kids, I used to say, all right, if our parents can do it, we can do this. So we got this. But once we had that 4th kid, I my new saying is we have Netflix and central air conditioning. They used to have babies in caves. We're gonna make it. We're gonna be okay. We can get through this. So that was kind of like
Yeah,
my self encouragement. Like, we'll make it through. It'll be all right.
that's good encouragement. Do you remember when we grew up? Like, we would just go outside and we would be outside from like 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. and just be out there wandering.
And nobody had a cell phone. Nobody had a bottle of water. You didn't
Yeah,
constantly have snacks. You were in straight up survival mode.
right.
And you had a bike if you were lucky. It's like half the times a neighborhood kid would wind up stealing somebody's bike, and it was a different time period. Now, like, I have my 9-year-old ride up the block, and I'm like making sure I can see them the whole time. I'm like, all right, no cars are coming. They're all right. I'm like, I think in a year or two, I'm just going to start kicking them out. Say, hey, don't come home for another 3 hours. Some kids in the neighborhood, go.
When you were a kid, did you used to go far? Like, we used to go really far, like really into deep woods and different neighborhoods and just, out there.
Yeah, I had to kind of balance it. Like, we would go all throughout Levittown, and just kind of get lost. Some kids were nicer than others, or some of the bad seeds, But I had to worry because if I wasn't home when my mom wanted us home, she would just pull out the Rolodex and start at A and call every single person I've ever known in my life until they get someone's parent that knows where I am. So you really had to play the balancing game. And that happened up till I was probably even like 17. Like, oh no, this is going to get serious.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that. This day forward, you are in
Yes,
this band, Gary. You play bass in this band.
I do. I do. We were kind of kicking it back and forth, very nothing serious the past couple of years. We've all been super, super busy with various things. Like me, I'm not doing anything specifically artistic because with the family life and everything like that. But we've all maintained being friends, and just we wound up just doing kind of a Zoom call. Just, hey, how's everybody doing, and talking, and things just wound up being, hey, I think the time's right. Let's do this. We had a lot of uh, kind of issues and nuances to take care of to make everything happen. I don't want to go into everyone else's details, but I mean, me being so busy, like I have all my old equipment, my amps, my basses, all that stuff. But I left the city. I moved to the suburbs. I think 7 or 8 years ago. Everything got put in a shed. I haven't even turned on the amp. So of course I go to turn on the amp. I don't have any, can't find any of my guitar cables. I had to rebuy guitar cables because I didn't have any. I mean, I have like acoustic that I play around. So I'm not completely not playing music, but I wasn't playing loud or through a big bass rig or anything like that for pushing 10 years. So I had to kind of start from scratch on that front. But of course, I turn on my amp, get a fart sound, nothing's working. I wound up having to borrow some equipment to be able to practice and I still had the same bass from 20 years ago. I loved it. It was, I don't know, it was an Ibanez ATK 300. It's kind of a big, heavy bass. I loved it. And we all kind of, Vadim spearheaded making updated click track versions of all the songs we wanted to play, about 15 songs. So I would practice at night throughout the summertime, and just everyone would go to bed. I would sit actually literally at a laptop with a guitar interface with headphones. My whole family would go to bed. I'm sitting there at the dinner table playing, relearning how to play all these songs to click tracks, and was able to kind of relearn everything, get my chops up to speed. And then the kind of the week of the shows, we all were able to, I'm sure somebody probably mentioned this, literally a house 8 minutes away from my house. It was basically a family friend of the band. They weren't going to be home, so we literally moved all the couches out of the living room, set up all the amps, and we were able to practice basically whenever we wanted up until about 9 o'clock, because it was in the middle of a suburban neighborhood. We couldn't practice too much later, and really just kind of reconnect with each other, and it felt like nothing really changed. It was pretty awesome, a great experience, but a lot of hard work, going like literally from not playing that much to learning these. I think we did about 15 songs, so we would play a different set, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So there were some songs we wanted to play, some songs we knew people wanted to hear that weren't our favorites, but we actually, if you guys see any videos or audio from the shows, we people really like that song, If I Wore a Mask, but it's almost a 5 minute long song. And so we only did a portion of that song into another song, so we were able to like work on things like that. It was also pretty funny when we're practicing. We realized some of the albums and songs, we were all playing different riffs, or you were playing it that I was playing this. No, this is how you do it. No, this is how you do it. So we kind of realized we weren't doing the same things back then. So it was pretty fun just to change things and make things a little better. And yeah, it was a super amazing experience.
Vadim told the story of how the abridged If I Wore a Mask came about, which was a brilliant idea. Is there a particular part of that song you don't like? Because he mentioned like there's one part that everyone doesn't like. Is there one that you don't like?
There's a part where we're going like, well, that's probably going to sound ridiculous, but it's right after like the whisper part, so we wound up having to play it.
Yeah.
But that, I think that's the riff. We're all like, we're not really feeling that riff, but we knew a lot of people wanted to hear this part before that, and we wound up just going with it, filling out just that kind of part, and then we went into a song called Sun Falls and Watershine, and we made it work. And I
Yeah.
think, looking back, I think we did it well enough where we only played a portion of the song that we knew people wanted to hear. And I think if we didn't play that song, a lot of people would have been really upset, or not upset, but just like, hey, they didn't play that. What the
Yeah.
hell?
The abridged version was a very good idea. I literally didn't remember any of the other parts of the song because it's been so long. So I went back and listened. And then once it gets towards the end, like after the breakdown, I was like, okay, I can see why people wouldn't like this in 2024.
And then it still draws out like another 2 or 3 minutes after that.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of our first couple albums, we weren't writing any songs in any structure. We were just like riff maniacs. We're like, all right, this riff into this riff into this riff, where there's no repeating parts really. It's just A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We like go through the whole alphabet. So some of our newer songs off In Response, we were actually writing choruses and verses and bridges. But our
Yeah.
older stuff, those songs were harder to learn because there's 10 different parts instead of 5 different parts. And
Yeah.
definitely, If I Wore a Mask fell into the too many riffs, too much going on. We weren't gonna love playing it this day and age. So I'm glad we did it the way we did, and I think it worked out.
Yeah, I still remember when I filled in for you guys on bass for one show, which I didn't remember until recently. That was the first show I ever played, which is crazy.
What show was that?
That was you played with Today's the Day, I think.
Oh, in
At,
Lancaster at a Chameleon Club.
And I think Caven was supposed to play, but they canceled or couldn't, or something happened.
You know, we played the Chameleon Club. Probably, I would say 4 or 5 times. I don't remember, but definitely Today's the Day we played with.
Yeah.
But we definitely played with Caven one time there. And
Yeah.
we didn't really like interact with them much, but I do remember all the bands were loading out at the same time and just kind of make small talk. And I think the singer, he was like, "Oh yeah, you guys were the band that played one of the opening bands." We were like, "Oh yeah, yeah." He's like, "Oh, it was you guys sounded like Smashing Pumpkins with mosh riffs," and we're like, "All right, we'll take it." I mean,
That's a cool
I heard,
description.
hearing that like probably 22 years ago, I still remember it. I'm like, all right, Smashing Pumpkins with mosh riffs. I'm okay with that.
That's good, yeah. And I still remember when we sat down for you to first show me the bass parts. I remember the first thing you said was, "There's a lot of parts because we don't have repeating parts."
You know, we were just young, just making music and not trying to make those structured songs. We weren't set out to accomplish anything or do anything. That's just the way our minds worked. We were just like, go, 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 go. This part, this part, this part. And I just, it's looking back, it's so hard to write songs with that many different parts. Even if the parts aren't complicated, you still have to make something kind of cohesive that go into each other.
Right.
But as we grew up and kind of started with making our last record, we realized how to write songs or kind of more structured, but uh, still be kind of unique. I think somebody was told us just a couple weeks ago or something. They were listening to In Response, and we didn't go into 4/4 time until like the 4th or 5th song on the album. So we were just definitely kind of pushing ourselves, but still learning how to go verse, chorus, bridge, or what have you. So it was still unique, but a new way of writing songs, I guess.
Yeah, you just kind of naturally learn that over time, like
Mhm.
song structure, or like a better song structure, or a good song structure, or you should at least.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it makes writing easier, but it kind of you can write a 3 or 4 minute long song with less puzzle pieces almost. Not that it's easy. I always say, like people are like, "Oh, music's so hard." I'm like, playing music is really easy. The hardest part is writing music, and then finding people to write music with and to perform with. But anybody can play guitar, anybody can play bass, anybody can play drums. But the hardest part is if you're going to be in a band with somebody, you have to be able to sit next to them 20 hours a day and not want to kill them. Like that's the hard part about being in a band. But
Yeah.
it's you get tested on multiple levels when you're in a band like that.
How difficult was it for you to relearn the songs? I mean, because it had been a while since you played.
It was hard, but it's one of those things. I'm not going to say it's like riding a bike, but it's easier to relearn something you naturally created or naturally wrote versus someone else writing songs. Because
Yeah,
the songs we write were our natural instincts. Does that make sense? Um,
absolutely.
I remember talking to somebody a long time ago, and he was like, "Yeah, it's like he was singing and playing guitar." And I was like, "How do you sing and play guitar?" Well, it's easy if you're writing those songs because that's the way you're naturally going to do it. It's the way your body functions and works. So it was kind of I had that like. These are my songs. I know them. They're kind of part of me versus trying to learn someone else's songs who would play things a little differently or just have different ideas on how riffs should go and things like that. But it was my hands really hurt practicing so much and then I actually had an issue where I was playing so much and we rehearsed so much the week before. I don't know if I mentioned this, but we're maybe 4 or 5 songs into the first show, and my hand goes numb. Literally, I couldn't hold a guitar pick, and we're in the like a third of the way through the set, and I'm kind of freaking out because you can plan for to break a string. You have a backup bass. You have a backup bass head. You have we actually had a backup bass cabinet because there was a bass cabinet at the one venue. So you have all these precautions and disaster recovery, to use that term. Anything that can go wrong, you can fix. But 4 or 5 songs in, my hand stopped working, and I'm like, I did not anticipate that happening. So I kind of had to, I kept on dropping a pick. I don't know if there's video or audio. We were playing a song called Allegory of the Cave, and I think the whole end of the song I just physically couldn't play because I couldn't hold a guitar pick because I developed like carpal tunnel or something, and it was the muscle below your index finger knuckle and in between your thumb, like that little kind of squishy part of your hand. It was like the size of a baseball, and I don't know what happened where I was able to finish the set and kind of get through, but I actually went to a music store the next morning and bought banjo guitar picks, the ones that kind of slide on your fingers so you can pluck and you don't have to squeeze. So if you see video or pictures and I'm holding these white little picks, it's because my hand stopped working. I had to kind of figure out how I can still play without being able to having to squeeze a pick. And it just freaked me out. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel or something, or I don't really know what happened, but I was able to fix it and finish up. I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too old for this. It was a nightmare. But
How'd you get through the set?
yeah, I was able to disguise it enough and get through everything. But it was, you plan for so many disasters to happen, and this is the one thing I didn't even think could happen. But it was, I made it. We made it.
Yeah. I mean, how do you feel overall about the shows? I mean, from my perspective out there watching it, I can tell you everything sounded fantastic. It looked fantastic. The energy was great. It was just, I just had the time of my life. How do you feel about the whole thing? Having played these shows, these first shows since the band broke up way back in 2003.
I'm incredibly happy. One, we were able to do it. Get everything that, like I said earlier, there were so many moving parts just to get everything in a row and get on stage. I think most of the people had a great time. I just wanted people to enjoy themselves, and kind of, I didn't want to just phone it in because you see, no one in, no one specific, but you can tell if a band should be up there or not. And I
Right.
felt like we should be up there. Everybody had a good time and had smiles on their faces, and people were up front singing that wanted to be. People were on the side just watching. People are in the back. I'm just extremely thrilled. And it was amazing because the Saturday show, I was able to bring two of my kids, my 9 and 8-year-olds, and it was their first rock concert. So I got to kind of bring my kids to their first concert and to watch their dad. We did kind of have an issue where we weren't going on till about 10:45 at night, and so my
Yeah.
kids were so tired, but they both actually fell asleep before we even played. So my wife got to wake them up, watch kind of dad come out, play a song or two, and then they both wound up falling back asleep like 3 or 4 songs in, and they'll remember it for the rest of their life. I don't know if you've seen Inside Out, the Pixar movie. I watch a lot of Pixar movies. It's they One of the things is called core memories, and I'm like, it's one of those memories you're going to have for the rest of your life. And I think, or I hope my kids, like, that's going to be a core memory, like going to see their dad play on stage for the first time, because we all kind of remember our first concerts. What was your first rock concert? Do you remember?
The first Family Values tour.
Oh, nice. What is that? 1998?
1997 or 8. It was Korn, Limp Bizkit, Ice Cube, Rammstein, Orgy. It was a great show.
You know what's crazy? That tour could happen tomorrow, and there would be 10,000 people there. So
Yeah.
it's crazy. I don't know if or Orgy could still play, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I still remember my first concert was I think it was in fifth grade. As a family, we saw MC Hammer and Boyz II Men and Jodeci at the Spectrum
Whoa.
in Philadelphia. That was awesome. But my first rock concert, to you, for lack of a better term, was the seventh grade. Uh, Offspring and Quicksand, when when I think Manic Compression came out, like around that time. So it was like Offspring and Quicksand in New Jersey. It's in Pennsauken, and that was great. So
Was that at that famous place? What is it called?
City Gardens? No,
Yeah.
no, City Gardens was like the punk rock temple in Trenton. This was in Pennsauken. It's some, I want to say, an expo center. It was not a real music venue, but I think it was just kind of, those expo centers are just big open rooms. It was more something like that. It wasn't a concert hall or theater or anything like that. But I think I remember, like, we got tickets for my birthday that year. So it was my whole family, like my two brothers, my sister, my parents. And I think my brother Mike was like in the quote in the pit, and he got hit and he had like a double bloody nose. He should remember more than I do. But I think my parents saw him coming out with a double bloody nose, and they like were like, "What is going on?" But yeah. So first rock concert, success, and I got to bring my kids to their first one. So
What did they think of it? Did they think it was cool? Like that must have been a trip for them to see.
yeah, they have some This Day Forward T-shirts. They I you ever see kids at concerts with the big headphones? They
Yeah.
were wearing those, and honestly, I'll have to see what they say in a couple years to see if it like really sticks with them. But I think it will.
That's awesome. Yeah. And it must have been a real trip for them because, you haven't been in a band since this day forward. So it's like they
Yeah.
don't see you doing it all the time. So all of a sudden it's like dad is playing this sold out show and everyone's going crazy. Like that's
Well,
wild.
even like I played in a couple small bands here or there, but nothing, no recordings or anything like that, just for fun
Yeah.
with guys here and there. But even my wife, she never really knew This Day Forward. It was like my life was different once This Day Forward was over. I like have a completely different life now, like with the wife and the kids. So it was definitely a combination of like pre This Day Forward and post This Day Forward, kind of all coming together. And there was so many friends at the shows that I got to see. So it was just a great time. I think one of the hardest parts, especially in the Philly shows, were kind of trying to uh, keep my energy up, so wasn't that tired, because I wake up early. I have a full time job and kids, so I'm not a night owl anymore.
Right.
So when we weren't going on until 10:45, I had to make sure I was alert and already had a Red Bull, and so I was trying to do a lot of relaxation and just concentrating, keeping my nerves down because I haven't done this in so long. But
Right.
if we came out of the backstage area, we would see so many friends and acquaintances and some people we haven't seen in forever, and it was just kind of social anxiety where I know me and a couple of the other guys were like, we can't go out there. We just got to snake back into the green room and just kind of hunker down until after the set, just so we don't get nervous and we keep our energy up. And I think everybody had a lot of people saw a lot of people that they haven't seen each other. So it was kind of like a reunion for a lot of people just to see each other. And it was just, we were just the excuse for everybody to come together.
It was both. It was both. Everyone wants to see This Day Forward, and I was looking forward to seeing everybody at that show too, which was awesome and overwhelming at points. You know, I wasn't even playing Saturday, and I was overwhelmed at points talking to people. So yeah, I would have been hiding out backstage, getting in the zone for the show like you guys did. But after This Day Forward initially ended, you didn't do another band again, like as seriously as This Day Forward. Was that something you ever thought about doing, or like getting back into that, or were you just done?
I thought about it, but then like life kind of pulled me in other directions. I had to kind of figure out how I was going to make money. I mean, not that This Day Forward made money. We could, I mean, barely pay our bills, but we were all living with our parents, so we didn't have rent to pay. But I wound up getting a job at a restaurant and kind of being able to like kind of just be in my early 20s and go to other shows and things like that. And then I was like, really took me a couple years to say, what am I going to do with my life? I wound up going to college, which was kind of I at the time I was like, if I would want any type of job or anything, I need a college degree. My parents didn't go to college. No one in my family really went to college. My brother Mike almost finished, but he never finished. So I wound up kind of being like, all right, I'm gonna go to college, see where that takes me, and then I wound up finishing college in like 2008 and wound up getting a job through my Temple University career area. And I've actually been with the same company since then, as almost 16 years. So I wound up kind of taking the complete opposite path. Um, but I think it was the right decision for me. Because I knew at some point, I mean, I grew up, I had three other siblings. I knew at some point I was going to say, you know, I want kids are probably in my future, and being a broke musician would be really hard to afford children, as dumb as that sounds. But yeah, after This Day Forward, I messed around, but nothing serious. I just knew how much time and energy and I would have to put in 120% into it. And I don't know if I had that capability to really be that involved in something. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah. Because you did it. You did it already, so you know what it takes to if you were going to do it again. Oh, so you actually planned on having kids? Like that was something you wanted to do?
Just the idea. I was like, oh yeah, like not that I wanted it when I was 22, but
Yeah,
the idea of it just made sense. You meet some people like, oh no, I'm never doing that, but
yeah.
that was not what my train of thought.
You know what's weird? I got my job in 2008, and I started taking it really seriously in 2009. And I've been with that same company since 2008. So we like kind of got our shit together at the same time, which is wild.
Yeah, when did you move up to New York?
2012.
2013, 2012. All right, because
Yeah.
I mean we were basically neighbors for a couple of years,
Yeah.
and those were fun couple of years.
I know. I look back on them fondly and also not fondly because,
Yeah.
like a lot of it was fun, but you know what? Actually, most of it was fun. I don't look fondly back on being so broke. When
Mhm, mhm.
when I was in Philly, I was just broke all the time because I was like, I just wasted all my money. And so I look back on that fondly, except for being broke. But then when I moved here, like I started making better money, but my life got way more out of control. So,
Mhm.
it's that's what happens.
Still broke. No.
Yeah. So how about this? What is the future of This Day Forward? Would you participate if other things were to happen?
You know, it's something funny happened at the very last song of the very last show. Um, I think whatever's in our future, I am willing and able because it's kind of hard with a lot of decisions. If you take the five of us, we're all very high energy people as individuals. We kind of each would stick out in a crowd in our own special way. But it's hard when you have 5 decision makers trying to make one decision. I for this kind of go around, I was very passive and easygoing, saying, "Yep, whatever you guys want, I'm in." Like kind of taking a step back from the major decision making. When we were like recording and writing music, we were all kind of grinding heads. And I think when we were writing in response, I think for 2 or 3 months, we practiced 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, just trying to write music and just sit in a basement with each other, just really kind of put our heads together. I learned kind of if I'm passive, if somebody else wants to take the reins, I let them, and I'm very passive on that front. As long as I'm agreeing with everything for the most part. But if those types of decisions are in the air, I'm most likely going to agree with them. But like I was just saying, so something happened the very last song of the very last show. So the bass I was using was the same bass I kind of was playing at the tail end of this day forward, this Ibanez ATK. We were playing one of our heavier songs, end of August, and I'm playing, and like kind of like the bass was like slipping off my shoulders, and by the end of the song, it like kind of slipped off, and I kind of just dropped it. Whatever. I've done it. I've beat that thing to hell and back. Like it was just a war horse. Is that a war horse? Is that a saying? It is now.
Yes.
All right. And I kind of like after the set, kind of had to take a breather, kind of sit on the couch, drink some water upstairs. Then I kind of went back down, and some of the gear was already packed up because we had a long drive. So then like 2 days later, I'm like, all right, got my bass at home. I open it up. The the body is smashed where a big chunk where all the volume knobs, like that's completely cracked. The neck's completely cracked where I don't know if it's actually fixable. So it's almost like I wasn't trying to break or smash a guitar, but it was almost wound up having this ceremonial vibe where, all right, this day forward's done. The my bass is smashed. We played our last show. It's over. And I'm like, wow, that like, did that really happen? And I mean, I'm gonna try and put together the bass, but I'll send you a couple pictures of it. But I was home. I opened up my case like it must have been like the Tuesday or Wednesday after the shows, and the bass is just in pieces. And I'm just like, wow. It's just like it's yeah, it sucks that I my bass is smashed, but it was just kind of like had that ominous feeling, like, oh wow, it's over. But
Yeah.
and I never say never.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see you smash it like that. So yeah, we had that at least.
I wasn't trying. It's not like you have the person holding the headstock and swinging it down like that. It wasn't anything like that. It just kind of slipped off, and I dropped it and said, "All right, whatever."
Yeah, I could tell it was just like happening. You didn't like plan it or anything.
No, but I'm gonna try and get some clamps and extra wood glue and see. I actually had a crack in the neck. We were playing, I remember, like CMJ showcases. I don't even know if CMJ is still a thing, but we were playing it. We played like 2 shows at the same venue. I remember one of them was like an invite only Halloween show. We all wore costumes because it was Halloween, and we were making kind of not a mockery of it, but we were having a good time. All the other bands that I'm not going to name names, they were all taking it really serious because they're all like industry record honchos there, and we're just these dudes. I think my brother was like a skull jester. I think Brendan was a clown. I had like some kind of cape and mask on, and we looked like buffoons, but we already had a record deal. We already liked the record we put out, so we weren't trying to schmooze or anything like that. But we played the same venue, I think, the next night, and I remember I was very um, twirly with the bass or whatever. I definitely threw it at the end of our set, or even in the middle of the set, I forget, into my amp or something, and I cracked the neck then. But I was able to glue it with clamps and whatever. But the headstock almost is off. The whole body is like split. It's got to be like a 6 or 7 inch into the body chunk and right where all the electronics are. So, but we'll see. I'll try and fix it. And like I said, it was kind of ceremonious how the base is done, and so is this day forward. And I didn't even realize it until a couple of days later. I was like, oh wow, that's crazy.
Well, I hope you guys end up doing more. And I just want to say, Gary, thank you for that weekend because it was the best weekend ever.
Oh, very cool, very cool. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. Like I think my body still hurts, but it was amazing, and I think my personal goal was to be able to go up there, prove to myself that I could get up there and make it appear that nothing like I didn't miss a beat, which is very doing that is very outside of my normal day-to-day routine right now, and I think not many people can get up on stage after 20 years and do that, and I was proud to say I could do that. If that sounds actually like I'm being like a little self-centered there, but it was
No,
not
you
easy.
should be proud.
And
Seriously.
my kids are happy about it too, so that's good, and my wife.
And that's enough. But everybody was happy about the shows. I was happy about the shows. You guys looked good. You guys sounded good. So I mark it as a success.
All right, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I was just blown away, like how much work Colin put in, how much work my brother put in. Vadim's a machine. He and Brendan too. They're both super professional and super amazing guitar players. But I think going into it, I was like, as long as like I think my brother and Colin had the hardest uphill battles. I think they nailed it. I think it was kind of funny. Vadim was saying on another podcast, like, yeah, Gary playing bass, all the old songs, it literally 50% of the time, it's just open D, and it is. Some of those old songs are very simplistic, but uh, it was good. But yeah, I was right in the middle. You have my brother and Colin; they had the uphill battle. Brennan and Vadim, they're professionals, and then you have me, the suburban dad who gets to play rock and roll for the weekend.
All right. We are here now with Mike Golen. Mike, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Yes, it's great to have you here. So, you know what? Before we get into all this band stuff, Mike, first, where do you live these days?
I live right over the Walt Whitman Bridge in like right near Collingswood, New Jersey.
You're in Jersey?
Yeah, I never thought I'd be here, man. But my wife's a school teacher, and they make them live over here. So after we got married and we knew we were going to be having kids, we knew we had to pack up from Fishtown, Philadelphia area and head over here. And
man,
I was bummed at
Jersey.
first. Yeah, I was bummed at first, but other than the property taxes, which are completely insane, I do really like it over here. It's a good mix. Like I live right near the train that brings us into Philly, and I'm actually somehow closer to work time-wise than I was in Fishtown. So it works out. It's good. Good to have a yard. Good to have parking.
Collingswood is actually really nice. I was friends with somebody who lived there. We were like starting a band a long time ago. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's great. There's a big art scene going on. There's restaurants everywhere. There's people walking around, and that's one thing I would have missed if I didn't have that. Because walking out of my house in Philly, just people everywhere. I love that, and having that here is great.
Yeah, I don't always want to partake in it, but I like that it's nearby.
Yeah, agreed. I rarely partake in it, but when I do wander out the house, I do like to see that.
How old is your son now?
I have two, man. I have one who's 3, and he's a complete maniac, and another who's 11 months.
Yeah, see, I thought that other child was still on the way, so it has been born. So you have 2 sons now.
Yeah, 2 sons. It's crazy, and we are done. No more.
Yeah, 2's enough.
Yeah, it's enough.
We don't have those baby boomer prices where you can go to college for $1 and buy a house for 50 cents. We don't have that.
No, and I'm way too old now. I mean, I struggle to keep up with them at 43. Yeah. So I can't even. I don't know, man. Even if I was younger, I probably wouldn't have more than 2. But wow, it's taxing sometimes.
And your job, I remember you were one of the first out of all of us to get a real job that paid actual money. Are you still in the same field?
Yes, I still work there. That's actually what led me away from this day forward back in the day. But yeah, I'm still at the same place. It's a great job. I don't know. I can't say much about it. I will say that.
Yeah, that's why I'm being vague right now. But I've been with the same company since 2008.
Mm-hmm.
That's unheard
That's
of.
insane. And I mean, you've always been that type of person, though, that to make sure that you have your stuff together. And I don't know. It doesn't surprise me you've been at the same place, because I could see someone valuing your work ethic and what you have to bring to a company.
Yeah, for whatever reason, work is the only thing I've ever taken seriously.
Yeah.
Everything else, not as much. Well, you know what? Even work in the past. In my youth, I've been fired from jobs or gotten in trouble. But look, that was a long time ago. And if my employer hears this now, I am a model employee. You know it. I know it. Mike here knows it. Everybody knows it.
Yeah, you always have been.
So, Mike, you were in the band this day forward. Is that true?
No. No, yeah, I was. And a founding member, and along with it's some of it's fuzzy looking back, trying to remember how it all started. It's funny, I was texting Vadim back and forth about what year this day forward started and how it started, and I have a pretty good idea, and looking back, remembering that stuff, but man, some of it's hard to remember, especially in terms of a year, and when we would consider the first final lineup, when that happened. Because we floundered around for a bit, trying to find people to play with.
Did it really start in '96?
That's what we were getting hung up on. I think it might have been more '97.
So the new shirts where it says 96 to 24, they're wrong. We got to get rid of all this.
I think 96 is wrong, but
so it started with you guys in high school still.
Yeah. The other original guitarist, Randy Weirs, and I, we were playing together a bunch just over the years, and we're talking young. In all these punk and metal bands, and nothing that we ever really played out. It was all just in somebody's garage or somebody's bedroom, but nothing ever came from any of that. And then talking with Mike Shaw, we always wanted to do something related to the scene, and we'd always talk about it. We'd talk about, I think he brought it up on your show before. We would talk about starting a crew, jokingly, but we just wanted to be part of it somehow. And I remember I invited him over to my house to play to play bass. He brought his bass over, and he had a Bold shirt on, I believe. And we sat there, and I was playing some guitar, and he kind of just sat there with the bass and didn't play anything. And at the end, he's like, maybe I can sing, and my brother Gary can play bass. And I was like, does Gary know how to play bass? And I think Mike said, I don't know. And we kind of just tried that, and that's what clicked. It's funny. Yeah,
I always remember that story of Mike pretending to play bass.
Yeah, that's what he did. He kind of just pretended, and I was like, do you want to play bass? And he's like, I don't think so. I think I want to sing.
He worked his way in there. I like that. How did Colin get into the picture?
Colin, so we were trying to find a drummer, and I had gym class with Colin, and he also had a locker, or his girlfriend at the time had a locker next to me. So we would kind of see each other sometimes and notice that each other was into music. And in that gym class, we were talking about Chokehold and how much we liked Chokehold and the sound of the drums on their one album. And I think he was in Makeshift at the time. And I don't know. I'm not sure if that ended and we decided to try playing with him, or if we started playing with him first and then Makeshift ended and then it became serious. That's another fuzzy point, but I know it was that gym class we were talking about Chokehold that we were like, yeah, we should jam sometime. And then we kind of brought myself, Gary, Randy, and Mike over to Colin's basement. And from there, everything just clicked. It was just very natural. Like all of a sudden we're like, yeah, this is it. I think we may have had one practice in the beginning where we had two singers. A childhood friend of mine that got me into all kinds of this type of music, Brett Compton. He also, I think, came to a practice one time to sing, but it's not like it didn't work out for any reason other than I think we just knew we wanted one singer.
Yeah, isn't it funny how the two singer thing was like a thing for a while there, at least
Yeah.
at least around our area for some reason.
Yeah, I loved All Else Failed at the time. I think they were a big one with two singers, weren't they? At some point, yeah. So I think at some point I was even pushing for it because of that and some other of those bands. But yeah, one singer definitely was the right move.
Oh, Blue Skies Fade was two singers.
Yeah, yes,
too. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking to you at one of the This Day Forward reunion shows, and you mentioned to me that you had actually written a lot of End of August, the song from Transient Effects, and you had written some of the lyrics for that song as well, right?
Yeah. I didn't write many. I think I wrote lyrics for maybe two songs, and that was one of them. Mike changed some of, I guess, the structure to fit the song better. But yeah, overall, that was one of the songs that I wrote that is crazy, man. I remember being on tour in some random state. I forget what state. And some kid came up and showed, like I was at the merch table and he showed me a tattoo he got with those lyrics, some of those lyrics. And I was just like, wow, that is intense that somebody has lyrics that I wrote tattooed on their body. It was a crazy moment.
That's wild.
Yeah.
What's the song about?
Kid angst and relationships and just for me, I don't know. The end of August has always been, and I'm sure a lot of people like that change of the season brings deeper thought and just contemplation, and it's just a big change. And I don't know, that I was definitely going through something during one of those times, and that's what I wrote about.
Kind of crazy that became a theme of the reunion as well, right? Like I remember Vadim posting that to tease the announcement.
Yeah.
They ended the sets with that song.
Yeah, it's a great song. It's really does hold up.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It's one of the best. Good job.
Thanks. I think I wrote only some of the music. I think it was more of the lyrics, but yeah, good song.
How did the dynamics work at that time? It sounds like a lot of people contributed lyrics or music. I remember hearing at one point that Gary wrote a lot of the music for Transient. Is that true? Like, did everyone contribute?
Yeah, everyone contributed. And you could tell, I think, by the song structures. I mean, I don't think we ever really meant for this to happen, but a lot of the earlier songs, at least, there was a lot of just jumbling together of parts that sort of worked and sort of was unique for us, I think. And I think a lot of that came from individual people coming and writing different parts and then like pitching it at the practice. And then we would kind of just start jamming to it and somebody would put another part on top of it or after it. And it's kind of how it came together. I'd say toward the Kairos days, Gary definitely started writing a lot of those groovier parts. Like he really started writing a lot of stuff, and that album really became one of my favorites. I don't know. Gary just always had that like groovier part. Same with Colin, to be honest. I think both of them had a lot to do with that album.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. And I wanted to ask you about that one. Do you remember that time? Because it was a shift for the band's sound, and I'll never forget. I think it had been a minute since I saw the band, or I don't remember exactly, but they played a show in New York City and they opened with the third song on that EP.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember being like blown away and being like, oh my God, they're changing. Like everything's changing. It was like a pivotal moment. Do you remember that time? Do you remember writing those songs and thinking like, wow, this is going somewhere different?
I do remember that. And to be honest, I liked it. I liked where it was going. But I started having trouble playing some of it simply because I just I don't think I had the same commitment level as the rest of the guys in the band, where I think I'm speaking for some of them, I guess, but I think they would practice a lot more than I did. I think I saw the band as more of a hobby and a hangout for friends than I did. I don't want to say serious, because I did take it seriously, but I don't know. I guess in the way that certain things just become what you're truly interested in versus things that are more of a hobby. I think for me, I could start seeing that it was more of a hobby than something I would go home and practice all the time. And it did catch up to me on some of those songs, because it definitely became a bit more complicated.
Yeah, that's interesting that even though you were touring and even though we had these releases out on a label, it was like still more of a hobby to you?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say it was fully a hobby. I mean, getting signed to Eulogy was amazing. Like I could not believe that was happening. And
Right.
but I was also starting an education and in something I was very interested in. And when some of the words in the contracts were talking about the amount of touring that you would need to do and things like that, like I kind of knew at some point, either I don't know. I knew at some point something was going to need to happen there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you might have to make a big choice.
Yeah.
So when did that big choice happen? Like what happened? Because I'm not even sure exactly how you left the band or why. I just remember Brendan showing up one day and it was like, oh, well, he's here now.
Yeah, I think I wasn't fully cognizant of how much I might have been inconveniencing the guys. Meaning there'd be a lot of times where they would have to go on a tour without me, and they'd be bringing people. Gary would fill in for me, and then someone would fill in for him, and I'm not even sure if at some point Brendan filled in for me, and that's how they pulled him in. I'm not even sure how that happened, but what I do know is that, as that started to happen more and more, and like I had internships in the summer that all of a sudden I wasn't able to even tour in the summer. I think it was Colin called me and said, "Hey, like, are you going to continue doing this, or like, do you think we should try to find somebody else?" And I think it was like the nice way of saying, like, either let's do this or let us find somebody else,
Right.
And yeah, it was tough. I mean, at that time I was definitely torn, because I loved going out on tour and playing those songs and writing songs with those guys. Like those are some of my best friends and still are some of my best friends. So it was a tough choice, but it really wasn't a choice. I mean, it was the way it was. And I think at that time they even had Brendan in the wings, like waiting. And I remember, dude, Brendan was always so cool and still is so cool about the whole thing. Like I remember the one day, I think it was at Palenque Park, probably one of the first shows he played instead of me, like officially. And like he came up to me afterwards. He's like, "Dude, I just want to make sure like everything's cool. Like I don't know if like you want to fight me or something." I'm just like, no, man, no. Like everything's okay. Like this is all good. Like this is definitely what needs to happen. And man, am I glad, because that In Response album, I can't even believe how good that I was at work at Target when that came out, and Mike Shaw came to either pick me up or just like maybe on my break or something, like show me, probably leaking it, because that's what he does. and I, like, my jaw was dropped. I could not even believe that album was written by those guys in that band I was in. And like looking back, of course I can believe it. But at the time I was just like, wow, like this is like just unbelievably amazing. And I was so proud of them. And I don't know. I just couldn't believe my ears.
Was it hard for you, like after the band though?
Yeah, I definitely went through a big processing time with that. As many people do, I think when bands break up or they are at a point where they have to choose between continuing in a band or something else. And it was tough. It was tough making that choice. And then afterwards, not being part of those tours and not being part of like the writing sessions, like that was a huge creative outlet for me. I know earlier I said something about like it being a hobby more than, something like a profession. But I mean, that was my creative outlet. I didn't, other than like, computers and coding and things like that, I mean, which can also be creative at times. Like music was the one true art form that I was able to take part of. And with my best friends, I mean, how can you ask for anything more than that?
Right.
That was tough. And I did get to go on tour with them a couple times after that as a, like helping with merch and things like that. So that was cool. But yeah, I went through a big processing time with that, and it was tough. It was very hard.
How long? Are we talking like years?
From when I ended up leaving through when they split up, what was that? Like maybe a year and a half?
Yeah, 2 years,
year
maybe.
and a half, 2 years. Yeah. And even before that, I mean, it was tough when I had to choose between not touring and working or that maybe lessened the shock of it because it was already happening. But yeah, that year and a half was rough. And then even seeing that album that they put out afterwards, as amazing as that was, like that was hard as well in the way that like that, I wish I was part of that. I was like, this is just so amazing. I wish I could have been part of it. But a big part of the reason it sounded like that was because Brendan was able to come in and replace me and bring his creativity to that, which is just, I mean, you can hear in some of those This Day Forward songs, like the influences of where Circa picked up.
Yeah, because his leads are so pivotal.
Yeah,
like you can just identify them right away.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like after I was able to really get through what that meant for me, and especially like from a creative standpoint, and I was able to be much more positive. Not that I was negative about it, but just being able to see it in a more positive way. Yeah, but it took a while. It did take a while.
Yeah, because I always marvel when people can be mature, because I was anything but when I was young. If I was like starting a band with someone and it didn't work out, I would like hate them because I wanted to be in a band so bad. It was like the thing I wanted the most in the world. But I mean, I get it. Like you had to make the choice, right? Because you had to pursue your career. So it's not like they kicked you out or necessarily or said like, hey, you're out. We have this other guy. It was like kind of a choice that had to be made together.
Yeah. And honestly, Keith, it might have gotten to that point if I was more blinded by what was going on. But like, I'm a pretty easygoing person. And like, those still are, like I was saying, like my best friends. So,
yeah,
I was through a lot with them, and I knew exactly how much it meant to all of them. So when Colin approached me that day, and we had a similar approach with Randy a couple of years before, like where it was really the same thing that was going on with him, where he wasn't able to go on a lot of tours or shows with us, and other people would have to fill in, and it's hard. So I knew where they were at with that. So I think it made it kind of easy from my standpoint, and then that kind of made it easy for them, and it also made it easy for us to all just kind of continue our friendship for all these years, because it wasn't really a thing. It just happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you ever want to do music again?
I would like to create music again. I have for all of these years. I would never want to play live again.
No,
in any serious way. No.
Why?
I don't know. That was always tough for me. I'm a pretty anxious person, and that type of thing in an environment, while it can be exhilarating for sure, I think, especially as I've gotten older, that anxiety, I think, would be insurmountable at this point. Who wants to see a 40-some-year-old person that hasn't been in a band all these years play? But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could handle that from an anxiety standpoint.
You almost had to.
I know. I was thinking about playing a song, but like Brendan was really trying to talk me into it. Mike, I was talking with Mike about it, but I again, like I haven't played much, and knowing, the two of these guys in that band have been professional musicians for the past however many years. Vadim as well. I mean, Vadim tours with Poison the Well. I mean, and he's just a musical prodigy anyway.
Yep.
Like for me to come in and struggle through a song, that wouldn't have been what. I mean, look how good those shows were, man. If I got up there and fumbled through a song, people probably wouldn't have noticed. But yeah, I think it was the better decision, especially because I probably would have wanted to play End of August, and I didn't know they were ending with it. So that would have been an awkward conversation. It's like, hey,
that
guys.
would have been a lot of pressure. Yeah.
No, I mean, that wouldn't have happened. I think at that point they'd have to say like, well, dude, we're going to end with that song. So
I was hoping you were going to be up there because I hadn't seen you play in so long.
Yeah,
but
it would have been fun.
I understand.
Yeah, it would have been fun. It's funny, like being in the audience and watching them. Like, I thought multiple times, like, thankfully I'm not up there because, again, like going back to the anxiety, like I don't think I would have been able to handle it. And like I just had so much fun watching them play and like revive those songs, that to be pulled out of it and be nervous and be like wondering how I played and all that stuff, I think would have just changed the entire experience that I had. Yeah. Whereas like those 3 days were some of the most fun I've had in a very, very long time. So very appreciative with how everything worked out.
Same here.
Yeah.
Same here. And yeah, I get it because like, all right, I always wanted to be on stage while a band was playing, right? Because I wanted to feel like a big shot.
Mm-hmm.
And I would always see John Mariakis on stage at like circus shows. And I'd be like, how the hell does he get up there? Like, why aren't I up there? So at Furnace Fest, the time I was there with Vadim, the first time, was it the first time? I don't know. It was the year Anthony played and Mineral played. So I went and I was on stage for a couple bands, mm-hmm. like on the stage, and I hated it. It was too much pressure. I couldn't stand up the whole time because I'm old and my feet hurt. So I would have to like kind of like lean down, and then I would feel like I was in the way. So I did it, and I never want to just be on stage watching a band ever again, because I like to move around. At some point I want to go sit down, so I will not be on stage again unless I'm playing.
Yeah, plus a lot of times it doesn't sound as good up there, and you can't get like a good view. And yeah, I agree with you. I much prefer, especially at smaller shows like that, to be in the crowd experiencing it. If it's a super big show at a huge venue, I think being on stage would be kind of cool. But yeah.
Did you ever see Brendan playing and you're like, no, that's wrong. That's wrong.
It's funny, dude. They invited me to the last practice they had on Thursday before their Friday show. And like, I was trying to like stay out of the way and kind of like not be like, like my arms folded watching them. Like, I don't know. I just didn't want to create like a weird vibe. I probably created a weird vibe by sort of hiding and listening to them. But Brendan, like multiple times, like, Golen, get out here. Tell me if I'm playing something wrong. I'm just like, dude, like, I don't know.
You don't remember?
I don't remember. I really don't. Like, there's certain parts that I could definitely still play. But for the most part, I would really have to struggle relearning a lot of that stuff. So I was going to say to him, like, on a part that he wrote in response that I had nothing to do with, I was going to point to it and be like, that's wrong. But I ended up not doing that.
That would have been so funny.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, I was talking to Vadim earlier in the show, and he said he remembered like 95% of everything, which is wild, but that's just Vadim.
It's just Vadim. He's incredible. He's always been that type of person. So same with Colin, man. Like they can pick up an instrument, they can play it. They, especially Vadim, like he's always blown my mind with that stuff. Always.
Absolutely. The
fact that he can like pick up those Poison the Well songs and just go play with them, and it's unbelievable. He's so talented.
Yeah, I didn't realize he had done that with so many other bands too. And you have to jump into bands like that and just learn sets. You have to really know music too, I think, because I have another friend who does that on bass for like a lot of big bands. Mm-hmm. But he actually knows some theory, I think. So like, I think you have to like kind of be a student of music to know that, or just play constantly.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Vadim was. I know he sang a lot growing up, and I think it's been a part of his life since he was very young. So it makes sense. But there's also some, I think, raw talent that goes along with it. Is that raw talent can find its way in many different things. So I think he just has it for music.
So what does the future hold for you? Are you going to rejoin This Day Forward? Are we going to go on a world tour?
Well, Keith, you and I can restart our project from way back in the day. I think we had a half-hour practice one day when we were living together at the time.
I was thinking about that the other day, like, because you had that Korg pad set up and the keyboard downstairs.
Yeah.
And I would come home with my friend and we would be just high out of our minds and we would mess around with that. And then Jeremy would be watching TV and he'd come downstairs and be like, could you guys stop that? And I'd be like, yes. I still remember when you just said that, I remembered the song that we wrote.
I do too. I remember making a joke, and you laughed at it at the time, but I think it was something where you're like, "Oh, this guy's not serious. I'm not going to play with him." I think you were playing like a certain part, and you stopped, and I was like, "Oh, what's her name?" And you laughed. You laughed, but I think you were just like, "I'm done with this."
I forgot about that joke. That's so good. No, I still remember that song. I'm going to try to record it, and then I'll send it to you,
dude. If you do, I'll write something to it. I'll put something.
All right.
Yeah, we'll make a little part. So there's that. So I have that going for me. So that's good.
All right.
And then also, Mike Shaw and I are still working on that musical called Chateau. So it's on the Wikipedia.
You are?
Yeah, it's on the Wikipedia, and it keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed, but we are going to finish it one day.
It's been delayed about 23 years.
Yes.
But it's going to come out eventually.
It's coming.
Well, Mike, listen, I appreciate you, and I just want to say thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and it's fun to talk with you and catch up here, and I hope to see and talk to you again in person.
All right. We are here now with Colin Frangicetto. Colin, welcome back to the show.
Hey, buddy. Thanks for having me back.
Yes, we got you again. You were here in July, and now we have you here again. I can't believe it. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I'm somewhat in disbelief.
Well, it's great to have you back because, as we know, This Day Forward played 3 shows, your first in, I think, over 21 years. And I'm talking to everybody to get their perspectives on things. But before I jump into that, Colin, how are you doing, Colin? What's going on with you?
I would say in general, I'm doing pretty good. I think we haven't quite hit that time of year yet where I start to just have like a lot of difficulty, which is usually like, just the shorter, colder months of the year. It's creeping up. It's coming. I can tell it's coming, but I'm still kind of just enjoying my time and getting ready to travel a little bit. I don't know, just getting back into my life that doesn't involve playing drums like a million hours a day, and like having, panic attacks every 2 hours, like, worrying about shows that are coming up. So it's been nice to have the shift.
I bet. Now, it's got to be a relief, right?
Yeah.
Because I've been in that position where I need to learn a set or play an instrument I haven't played in a while, and there's months and months of lead up and preparation to a thing, and then the thing happens, and then there's nothing for a while. So how are you feeling right now in that position?
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely like a very visceral, like immediate relief after it was over. I would say like there was sort of this happens a lot. Like I would say like if I'm preparing for like a pretty big like art exhibit or like just anything that involves a lot of work and a lot of like anticipation, I kind of just like almost collapse in a way afterwards and just like need to just like be sort of like antisocial, sort of like I'm just like in recharge mode. Definitely an introvert. So all of that social interaction, all of that like, kind of external communication, it's just very, I don't want to say draining because that's like very negative sounding, but it just really, it's taxing. So for me, it's been nice to shift back into a more kind of quiet existence, and have those shows have gone really well. Gotten to spend some really great time with friends, and yeah, I don't know, everything's good.
Good. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, after that weekend, I barely slept. There was a lot of practice and lead up to the show. There was a lot of interaction, like you were saying. So for a week afterwards, I did nothing. I didn't work out. I don't think I had any interviews scheduled for that week. I laid in bed a lot more than I normally do. So there was like a 2-week period of recharging. And then after that, I was like, okay, I'm ready to do something again.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I did similar things to that. I mean, definitely had a few things I had to do, and yeah, I definitely had like a forced sort of like paralysis for about 36 hours. I got my COVID booster and my flu shot on this same day. And normally I don't really have reactions to that stuff, but man, it just wiped me out. I got just completely knocked on my ass, and pretty much, yeah, just like forced bed rest for like a day plus, which actually I was like, this ain't too bad. I feel like shit, but just sitting here doing nothing is kind of great.
Yeah, I'm gonna jinx myself by saying this, and that's fine. I actually don't mind. Okay, I do mind when I get sick, right?
Yeah.
The C word or another sick.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like being incapacitated. I don't like not being able to work. However, it's a great excuse to be like, "Hey, I'm sick," and then you can lay in bed and like watch a season of a TV show, or something I normally wouldn't do.
Yeah, totally. I completely share that. And yeah, I would just say in general, like I wouldn't say I'm antisocial as a person, but in general, if somebody like cancels on me, if I get sick, if someone else gets sick, like basically the change of plans involves me just basically having an excuse to do nothing. I'm usually celebrating that.
So you're not antisocial.
I wouldn't say like, well, antisocial just like has a lot of other connotations to it that I wouldn't say I necessarily subscribe to. But yeah, I guess in a very shallow sense, you could say that I'm shy. I do I do have a bit of like an indoor kid quality to me. I definitely can be alone for really, really long periods of time without being bothered by that. However, like I do enjoy being around friends. I do enjoy once I'm finally like kind of through the resistance part. I do enjoy being around people. So I get, I don't technically consider myself antisocial, but I do have like antisocial like waves for sure.
No, that makes sense. I have the same thing where it's like I like being around people, but it's difficult and I can't do it for long periods of time anymore.
Yeah. It's really tough. And I would say, I think the older I get, the more I understand that there's a degree of masking involved for me, just being social, like as a neurodivergent person, like I'm just constantly I think just attempting to assimilate and be there's just a lot of energy expelled in trying to not be a total fucking space cadet weirdo. And I think I over time have like grown to really just accept that part of myself. So like it wouldn't be uncommon for me to be in a social situation and just really be like out to lunch, very spaced out, not engaging at all. And like at this point now, like I just don't really apologize for it. Like I just am who I am. I'm going to just do whatever makes me comfortable and assume that I've done the work up to this point to kind of have a really solid group of people around me that they all understand me. They all know that like I'm not a fucking dick and that I love them. So anything I'm doing is just like me being me, right? It's not me being a jerk or that I think I'm better than anybody or anything like that. It's just mostly that like I'm a very like internalized person in my own head, you know?
I think I understand that now about you, because there's been times where I'm like, does Colin not like me? Does he not want to talk to me? But it's like, no, I think you're just you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you explained.
Yeah, it's very much so like it's me, not you thing. Like like that over time I think especially being in like a wildly popular band where like I think that's getting projected on you a lot. Like people are like, who does this guy think he is, kind of. So I like had to like really put a lot of effort to like show people that I cared and show people that like, I'm there, I'm present, and I care about what they're saying. I care about being present. But that was kind of just to combat this thing, which kind of was unfair, that people project on you that like, oh, this person thinks they're better than me, or that's why they're not doing X, Y, and Z. And it's, there's no consideration to the fact that, oh, they might hate themselves and be struggling to just exist right now, and like hate the way their voice sounds, or like literally could barely like walk out the door to face humanity because they hated the way they looked that morning, or like these are all things like I would struggle with all the time. But like people just assume like, oh, you have one thing positive happening in your life, well, everything must be great for you then.
Right. Certainly not the case.
No.
For a lot of people.
Yeah.
So this day forward, we have played the shows.
I almost said I will arise.
Oh, that would have been so good. So Vadim explained some of the lead up with, transitioning from electronic drums to the actual drums, and you needing to find a set you were comfortable with, and you needing to reteach yourself again once you jumped from the electronic kit to the real kit with a week leading up to the shows.
Yeah.
Was that very worrisome for you, or are you experienced enough that you're like, okay, this is going to suck, but I can pull this together and I can get this done? What was your thought process?
I mean, it was a roller coaster ride. I think deep down I knew that it would be okay, but there was like there was kind of a multitude of things that I felt like were necessary for me to get through it. One being totally honest with the guys. As I realized that this was happening, I needed to just be honest and say like, hey, I fucked up. I should have transitioned to a real kit sooner. I played today for the first time in a long time on a real kit, and it was drastically different than the electronic, most specifically the kick drum, and it was definitely difficult. And I just said like, I need you guys to bear with me. It's going to be a rough week. We'll be okay, but like I just wanted you guys to know that I'm kind of freaking out right now, and it's going to be stressful for me, so just bear with me. And then also I think I knew that it would require extensive effort on my part beyond just the rehearsal times that we had slotted. So luckily, I was able to go over to the place where we were rehearsing before anyone else would get there, and just play for a few hours every day, and just put in the extra hours that I knew I needed in order to kind of like break the new muscle memory in as much as possible. Because, it's like anyone who will be able to like attest to just like that feeling that, okay, you're good, you can play this stuff, but it's like once you're in front of a crowd and you have that adrenaline going and the nerves and everything, like you might as well be underwater. Like it completely changes the way that your kind of nervous system and your body react. So I knew that, I was okay. I was managing to get through certain things, but there was like stressful aspects of it and parts that I was struggling with that I was like, if I'm struggling right now with this, being in front of people, it's going to be like, times 10. So I knew I had to push past a certain level of comfortable in order to get to a place where I could play the songs in front of people.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I do the same thing, because it's like, okay, I'll learn a set and I know the set good enough, but I need to push it another level or two past that, because that adrenaline really gets to me, especially when I'm playing live. I get really nervous and I'll kind of like blank out.
Oh yeah.
So it really needs to be like muscle memory where I'm locked in.
Exactly. And I mean, there were multiple moments throughout the shows where I felt my brain sort of just like, break, and my body took over and just would play parts without any thought. And it was kind of like, thank God. Like, like when you just kind of like you're almost like out of your body looking at yourself, and you see yourself pull something off that like your brain's going, oh no, we're going to fuck this up. But then like your body like is like, nah, we're good. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. That's what practice does.
Yeah, I'll do like 4 levels of Inception sometimes where it's like, oh no, this part's coming up. Oh no, you're going to fuck it up. Oh no, we're good. Oh no, don't think too much. And then like somehow it just all comes together.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think like that is truly, that's the sort of like invisible battlefield that we're all on as performers, that people don't necessarily know, like the stuff that's going on internally, on like a microsecond type of situation. Like it's all happening so quickly, but the internal dialogue is just like absolutely insane sometimes.
Yeah. How did it feel when you were all together again in that house, playing again for the first time in over 20 years? I mean, I've gotten different answers from different members of the band. How did it feel for you?
It was like I would have waves of like, I would say mostly I was just like I was enjoying it. I would enjoy being around everybody, and it was like I would have those moments where I would just be kind of observing what is happening, and being kind of astonished, like I can't believe this is real. I can't believe this is happening. This is kind of hilarious and awesome. And then the other part of me was just very focused on just doing what I needed to do in order to, because it's like there's the physical part of practicing, and then there's the mental part. And the mental part is almost like studying for a test in a way. Your brain is just really like cataloging a lot of thoughts and thinking about a lot of things, that telling yourself to remember certain things, like ingraining certain cues and triggers, so that to avoid fucking up when you're playing, or just to make certain things smoother, or to do it better the next day or the next pass or whatever. So I was definitely, I would say, hyper focusing a lot of times. There were maybe a couple times where I was struggling and having a rough day, and then just being around those guys would sort of like pull me out of it, and just get to like, laugh and enjoy our friendship and stuff, which was kind of my North Star for the whole thing. And I would have to like credit my wife, Sarah, for really like drilling that into me as much as possible when I would be dreadful, leading up to it. I definitely I hit a wall one of the days, and really felt like I was playing terribly, and came home, and I was just sort of like, I had just been through it, I had been playing all day. I probably overplayed that day, but in general just really struggled throughout the rehearsal. And then I think some of the other guys had a tough night that night too. So everything to me, and granted, I mean, the way I was hearing everything is so so like just so filtered, and somebody who has tinnitus and beyond that was like listening through like a room mic put through like an in-ear thing with like isolation cans, and like, not to be, this is not a reliable way to judge what it sounds like, but to me it sounded really bad, and my brain was catastrophizing and just being like, oh, this is going to be fucking terrible, and this was such a mistake, and I am so fucking mad that I said yes to this, and on top of it this is just going to be a disaster. And Sarah just was very grounding and just kept saying, well, who cares? Like, it really doesn't matter. Like, this has never been about impressing other people. This has never been about anything other than just, kind of doing something special and fun with your friends. And like, you need to focus on that because that's the only thing you can kind of guarantee will happen, unless you're like just obsessing over the wrong stuff the whole time. And that was like very wise of her and, totally on point. And I think in general, shifting my energy into that direction helped me play better too, because there is like that psychological, almost like pseudo spiritual aspect of music where, the more, I don't know, I'm sure there's militant people out there who think differently. And maybe if you're playing extremely technical fucking prog metal or something, maybe that's a completely different mindset you have to be in. But for me, being in more of a positive mindset, being in a place where I'm being gentle with myself, where I'm kind of open to just open to the possibility that things could be even better than they are in that moment. Like that optimism can kind of lead to really like wonderful things like in terms of like performance. So I think focusing more on like love and focusing more on friendship and stuff like that really helped shift me into a place where maybe I wasn't, as stressed. I was able to like just kind of push through those moments and just enjoy being present.
Yeah, I think if you, if I see a band and they're like squabbling with each other or look unhappy or they're barking at the sound guy or each other or any of that stuff, it takes me out of it a bit.
Yeah.
And you can feel that energy. So I think if everybody's having fun, and even if the band's not perfect, if everyone's having fun, I'm having fun. And your shows just felt super fun because I've done the same thing. I've done the thing where I'm like, I have to be perfect. And then I'm trying to be perfect and I'm rigid.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then there's been times where I push myself to remember, hey, have fun. And then even though everything won't be perfect, I just have more fun. And then people will say like, oh yeah, you were really loose or oh, it was really good. So, that energy, people can feel that energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I thought it was really interesting. Like both her and Mike separately mentioned something about smiling, and like she was basically just like, if people see you on stage smiling, like that's all that's gonna like be burned into their brain. They're not going to be thinking about anything other than like, wow, like they're having the time of their lives, and like so am I. Like and Mike independently of that comment, like said, he kind of reminded everyone like, don't feel like you have to be so serious on stage. Like, don't be afraid to smile. Like, we don't have to be tough guys. Like, we can be, having fun while playing this music. And I just thought that was interesting that they both focused on that, because I do think that there is something about that. Even playing aggressive music, when I see a smile or when I feel that smile, like there is a sense of togetherness, a sense of like kind of like astonishment of what is happening, and that there's like, this is ridiculous, like I get to that weird existential moment where I'm like thinking about the matter that makes up instruments and just the absolute insanity that is that weird, strange moment that we're experiencing together. But there is also this very simple moment of just understanding like, man, yeah, like this is a special moment in time that we're getting to have. And I'm happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, that's something I told Mike that I loved was, he's not afraid to just be silly and have fun with the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of taught me that too. Like he helped me loosen up, and even a friend who had never seen them before told me like he was going to leave earlier, but he stuck around because he was like so entertained by Mike at the New York show. So, Mike was just was great with like keeping the energy high and keeping things light.
Totally. Yeah.
So how did you feel about the shows? Now I want to hear what you have to say first, and then I'm gonna give you my thoughts, because I know you were hesitant because you were holding out because you don't like reunions. You feel like they don't go well a lot of the time, or that it can destroy some of the previous magic. These are things that we discussed the last time you were on the show. So we've done it now.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about the actual shows?
I feel like they're great, man. I mean, in all aspects of the way that I would judge a show, I mean, I really can't complain about any of them. And I mean, Saturday in Philly, especially, like I can't really top that show in my mind. Like it was really perfect.
Yep.
You know, and everything about it felt just really special and felt like you know, it was an interesting like learning experience for me, I think, in terms of challenging some of the things I thought about that what it would be like, you know. I'm writing something about it for my Patreon right now. And it keeps kind of diverging into these extremely long like tangents. And I'm trying to like focus on what I want to talk about, which is, you know, how I was reminded of a lot of things that I kind of forgot about. And I reconnected with a lot of qualities of not only this music and kind of like what it means to me, like where I was when we were writing it, just the roles that it played in my life, but also these people, specifically the guys in this band, and also my experience of being in this band and sort of reflecting, you know, reflecting off the mirror that I think other people are to us. You know what I mean? Like the people that listen to your music, that care about it, that you know, I always feel like fan is almost like a fucking like degrading term. So it's
Yeah, I try not to use that word ever because it's like I don't want to separate the people who support me from me. Like they're a big part of it.
Yeah, it was always a really tricky thing for me to navigate. I think eventually I relented to that term during Circa to some aspect, but would always try to push back against it to some degree. But you know, for me, like the people that were involved in this day forward, everyone from the band to the people that listened to us to the people that supported us, the outward community of people that put on shows, like there was just this huge like ecosystem that made up that experience. And I was reminded of the beauty of like just how healthy it was for me as a person. And realized how I lost a lot of those things um, after that, right? Going into a very different experience with Circa. Obviously, a lot of things a lot of things that were amazing that I experienced in Circa, but like just such a different experience, and realizing that like there was a lot of toxic things that I picked up being in a band that was much more popular, that was like in like kind of a different universe, a different genre, a different type of mirror, right? A different type of the way people looked at me, and realized that like a lot of the ways that I would like hyper obsess about the way I looked, like beat myself up if I like gained weight, or if I like, you know, when I like lost my hair, like all aspects of like this like very shallow sort of surface level judgment of like myself. You know, I never had any of that in this day forward. I never experienced any of that while being a part of you know, the punk and hardcore scenes growing up. Like I really was not self-conscious about myself in that way. You know, I was when I was much younger, but then when I found that music and when I found that movement, I really shed so much of that, and it was so healthy for me. And I think that was a part of why I loved it, and part of why it was so special to me. And realizing that I let go of so much of that, and truly kind of like a lot of that kind of poisonous thinking crept back in, especially being in a band that had like way more pressure, put on us a lot more focus on the way we looked. There was a lot, I guess, also, you know, of course, like it's not that this day forward couldn't have experienced that should we have like, you know, launched into the realm that we were trying to, but we just never did. So like it was interesting to cross back into that mindset, into that realm, and realize that that same protective kind of like beautiful quality still existed, and that I felt that, right? Like I didn't feel hyper concerned about the way I looked. I didn't feel hyper concerned about how I might have aged, or any of these ways that I think, like, I don't know, like it's just really interesting. It's just a um, very pronounced thing that I could feel, and I was becoming aware of as it was all happening, that yeah, it was just really meaningful to me to realize, like, fuck, this is really awesome. like it's really freeing to do this in a way that feels about art and feels about community, and it didn't feel like it was about money. It didn't feel like it was about image. It truly felt like it was about the things that people that you like want it to be about, but often feel like when people say that it's like hyperbole, or like, it's actual bullshit. It's just like, oh yeah, sure, like, sure, it's just about the music.
It really was, though.
It really was.
I felt those same things you were talking about, and I was on a high for a week or two afterwards. It actually kind of changed my life and my whole perspective, because up here in New York, I'm separated from all of my best friends, you guys, and everybody who was at that show Saturday. So it's a different experience I have up here. And when I went down there, I felt those same things you did, that these people are just happy to see me. They don't care what I look like. They don't care how much money I make. They don't care what I do. We're just here. We've known each other for so long. And I think I was missing that for a long time. And that's something I'm trying to stay connected now, post that weekend with you guys.
That's beautiful, man. I mean, yeah, like, everything I'm saying, like, it, like, truly not exaggerating in any way. Like there was this sense of purity and just this really beautiful thing that I think was what, kind of the origin of the band and the origin of our friendships, like, really seeing it still like very much alive and present, and in a way that it seems like it had grown, like, looking around and just seeing all these people who had been connected to it in some way, still holding on to some piece of that, and being able to express that it meant something. That was just pretty fucking powerful, and a very special thing to share with, like, our families, like our partners, people that have seen us through the beginning of this journey, which is like just a silly thing, like we were literal fucking high school kids, all the way to this thing where we're like, we're fucking grown adults, have gone through so much personally, and obviously the world has changed so drastically, and yet somehow, like, here we are still playing these songs and connecting in the same way we always did. Just fucking, that's unbelievable magic.
Yeah. Did it feel great to perform music live again? Because you hadn't done it since, I don't know, 2019, 2020, whenever the last Circa show was. I think the last Circa show was that Every Time I Die holiday party, right?
Yeah, that was the last time.
So Circa ends rather unexpectedly, and it's been years since you've performed live. So when you were on the show last time, you mentioned that performing live has always been a struggle, right? Because you have a lot of anxiety and all of that.
Yeah.
But was it great to play live again, and how do you feel about it now in 2024?
No, it wasn't great. I mean, like in some ways it was, like, just in a very, like, straightforward, honest way. Like, I think that if I had had an extra week, on the real kit and felt a little more comfortable, that it probably would have been even more enjoyable, and I probably would have gotten a lot more out of it in terms of, like, catharsis, and just, like, been able to just completely slip out of, my head. But I was definitely focusing really, really hard, trying to play and not like, not fuck up. I mean, there was plenty of times where I was definitely having fun, but I would still say that in general, in a lot of ways, like, and this is not this is not to say that this experience was negative whatsoever, because obviously, as we've heard me talk this entire time, like, it was extremely positive. But like, in a lot of ways, it was affirming that I'm on the right path for myself. That, as much as I had a blast fucking, that whole roller coaster, riding it with those guys and like doing, revisiting these songs and just all of that stuff. I'm kind of happy to not be doing that. I'm happy to not be in that loop of anxiety that is like, the rehearsal, the travel, the packing up, setting up, the fucking breaking down, but like the hurry up and wait, like, all of that, I think that you should fucking absolutely love that. Like, if you're going to do that all the time. Right. And for me, I don't love that. And like, I have had a lifetime of it. I've had so much of it, and more than I ever expected I would have. Right. And so I think it was very cool to be able to like slip in, kind of like, just ring the bell a little bit, be like, here I am, I can still do this, and this was fun. But also, like, it was a bit of a relief to just say, like, yeah, like, I'm about to walk out of this show, like, New York or whatever, and not do this again for a foreseeable very long time. And I'm completely okay with that. And feeling that was not a thing I was ever given the opportunity to feel with Circa, because it's not like we had, it's like you said, it was unexpected. It's not like we were like on a farewell tour. There wasn't this psychological like preparation. It was just a very sudden sort of death, and
Yeah.
and so this was just a very different thing, and there was so much more grace and sort of like, like the way that it was all paced out, like you knew what was happening in real time, and as it was coming, like, I felt good about it, and just felt like, all right, I'm ready to go back to my like quiet art making mode, and I'm ready to do that. And if I'm doing music, it's kind of in this controlled environment that like I really enjoy, which is like a laboratory environment, like just really exploring creatively with sounds and recording stuff. And I've always been more of a recording person and not really a performing person. And it's not to say I never enjoyed it. It's not to say like, actually, to be honest, like for many, many years, like I fucking loved it. I was able to hack my way into that consciousness and enjoy it, but it was at the sacrifice of the rest of my life, right? It was like, I have to let everything else go and just be this machine, be this like being that is only meant for this fucking hour and a half every day. And once I did that, like, and let go, like, that was enjoyable for me. But it's just like, I don't know. I love too many other things. I'm just not, I don't think I'm built for that anymore. And so in a lot of ways, this was like reassuring and affirming.
How about the future of this day forward? Would you be open to playing again in the future if something came up, or what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, like, I mean, I told them, it's like, I'm open, right? Like, I want to remain open. That's another part of what I'm writing for my Patreon is about this. I focused on this. I don't know if we talked about this on the last pod or not, but like I focused. I started the thing I was writing at this moment when like it was probably like 6 months after the Stay Forward had broken up, and we were at some house party, and there was gear set up, and like people were like, "Why don't you guys?" We were all there together, and people were like, "Why don't you guys jump on and play some songs?" And like,
oh, I remember that. Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
And like everybody else wanted to do it, and I literally like ran out of the house, and I just like left. I didn't say goodbye to anybody. I just literally was like, no. Which is like the literal like antithesis of open, right? Like I was just like, no way. Like in my mind, we had already closed, the curtain had closed, and that was it. And so I think one of the things that this experience taught me was to remain open and flexible. but also that like I'm not going to do things just to make other people happy either, right? So if there's a situation that comes up that makes sense, the one thing that's great about that the fact that we did this is that I know what it takes now, and I also know that I'm capable of it, and I also know like what not to do next time. So, I feel pretty confident that if a situation arose where it made sense for us to play again, like that I'd be able to do it, and do it in a way that I could get prepared and feel comfortable. I just don't want to ruin the magic, right? So like there was a lot of people at the shows that were like, "Oh man, you guys got to do this again." Like, blah blah blah. Like, look at this. Look how amazing it was. Like, you could just fucking like, this is it. You guys have it. You could do it. And I was like, listen, like if we announced that we were coming back to play Underground Arts in like 3 months or 6 months from now, like there would be half the amount of people here. And then and then after that, there'd be half the amount of people of that show. Like there's diminishing returns. And the reason why there was so many people there and why we had that type of energy was because we hadn't done it in 20 years. And because it was like very special moment, right? So I just think I don't ever see us becoming some like regular touring act. I don't see us making another record. I don't see us like doing a repeat of what we just did. But like that doesn't mean we can't, go to some new place we've never gone before if the right like opportunity comes up, or if there's just a special instance where it just really makes sense. I'm completely open to it. But as far as like if those became the last shows that we ever played, I'd also be totally fine with that. So I think like that's what more could I ask for? Like that's a great way to feel, no regrets and open to possibilities.
That's a very healthy and realistic outlook, and I think you just move forward with that and see what happens, if anything.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Well, Colin, listen, I wanted to get you back on to get some of your thoughts about the shows, like I'm doing with everyone, and I just also wanted to say to you, thank you for doing it. It was the best weekend of my adult life, and kind of like I mentioned to you earlier, it changed things for me. It changed how I look at things, how I feel about things, and I feel like a lot of things converged on that weekend over time. Like your shows were fantastic. I had so much fun, and it was just like I said, the best weekend of my adult life. So thank you, and thank you to the guys for doing it. And hopefully we'll get to do it again one day.
Yeah, man. I mean, man, you guys blew me away, by the way. I was like, you guys were incredible. And I was just like kind of in disbelief, knowing you guys and just like hearing that. I don't think I was prepared for just how good you were, but also like even just like the way you sound, like your voice, like I think I briefly like told you that backstage, just being like, damn, like I just can't believe that's you. But like yeah, and I mean that in like such a complimentary way. I was just super impressed and was so happy we got to share that that moment and that performance. And we'll always have that to look back on. And I look forward to seeing what you guys do in the future. And yeah, man, I mean, music is fucking powerful, and the idea that we can do things like that and actually change each other, like you just admitted, like, I mean, that's fucking amazing. And it's why we do it, and probably why it's worth having a whole fucking podcast series about. So thank you too, man.
All right, we are here now with Brendan Ekstrom. Brendan, welcome back to the show.
Yeah, what up?
Hey, it's good to have you back. It's been a long time, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but This Day Forward just played 3 shows, their first shows in 21 years, and I want to talk to you about that.
Yeah, they did tell me about it.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I feel really good about it. It was, as you know, something that we were talking about for a very long time. How long do you think it was? 8 years, 9 years?
Well, I've spoken to everyone at this point. You are the last person. Well, yeah. No, we've been talking about it for a long time. At least that group text started in 2010 or 11, but reunion talk has been a thing for at least 12 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But, you know, everyone said February of this year was when it was like for real an actual discussion.
Yeah, it's the first time I think we all physically got together. At least without Vadim, most of us were able to get together and sit down and talk about it. And I think it was just the first time, like, sitting with everybody, seeing what it really would mean to everybody, and having some space from Circa. And I don't know. I mean, I went through a lot of different cycles of like feelings about whether it would be cool to do or not over the past few years. And actually, just even this year, I had a moment where I was like, yeah, this could be really great. It would be awesome to be with everybody. And then 3 weeks later, called Colin, and I was like, I don't know if I like, because I was actually trying to listen to the music and see if it was reasonable or if it still spoke to me. And I was like, I don't know if I identify with any of this anymore at all, or like, or if I even know how to play it, or if I like it. And Colin was like, you just talked me into it. And I was like,
he said you tried to back out, and then and then he had to like put his fist down.
Yeah, that's a little dramatic, but yeah, I mean, it was kind of like that. Every now and then in my life, I've had to call Colin and be like, am I fucking tripping right now or what? So that's...
He said you were like, oh, I don't know if I can do it. And, you know, if you guys want to find someone else, and that's okay. And Colin was like, no. I agreed to do it with you guys, not with somebody else.
Yeah. And I legitimately did call him and talk him into it. I was like, you know what, dude? Like, these guys have been down for this for a while. It's kind of on us. And at some point last year, like 8 months before all that, we were both sort of like, yeah, man, maybe they should just do it, and we'll go and hang out and like experience it in that way and just be part of the group and enjoy it in that way.
No.
And then I did sort of call him and say, like, come on, that was cool meeting up with everybody. I think this could be cool. I think it could be good. And then I had a panic attack about it or whatever. I don't know what it was. I mean, yeah, I really felt like, shit, man, I don't even know if I can do this. I don't know if I have this type of energy in my mind or body anymore. And he was like, you son of a bitch. And I was like, you're right, dude, just give me a day. And it just swung back and forth a little bit there. Yeah. And then it just took a long time to listen to it and get back into the groove of it. But
did you feel like you weren't in that groove anymore? I feel like you don't listen to a ton of this type of music.
I don't know. Like, I was so far removed from it, and I think that was the issue. It was just so long ago. And when we were writing it then, I wasn't thinking about what we were doing. We just got in a room and made a bunch of stuff. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed what we were doing. But there was never really a chance, since we had just made one album together, to sit down and say, is this really what we should be doing as a group of people? If we were going to create a second album together, would we put more thought into like where we really wanted to go with it? Or would we just get into a room again and see what comes up, creative, spur of the moment? But yeah, I think it was probably the first time ever that I sat and analyzed this stuff and was like, shit, man, like, do I feel like I can stand on stage and play this and really like vibe to it? Or do I feel like I can rock out to it, or whatever you want to call it? And that's, I think, what gave me the panic attack. I was like, fuck, dude, I'm 46. Like, this is an angst moment in like an artistic phase that is long gone for me. But, and I don't think it really did click until we got into a room together. And then I was like, it's going to be great. It's cool.
Yeah. And it was.
Yeah. I wasn't, after that initial call with Colin where I was like, dude, I don't know if I can do this. And he was like, no, you're doing it. He's like, you talked me into it. You can't back out. And I think after that week, I was all into it. It really took a long time to like get my chops back up to even being able to play like hardcore stuff at all. because I haven't been playing. I didn't play guitar for like 2 years after Circa broke up. So
Really?
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense because when I'm not in a band, I don't play, you know?
Well, I sit down and try to write sometimes, and my shoulder physically freezes up, and I get frustrated, and like the tension from it almost makes me want to start crying. It's a pretty negative situation that I'm dealing with guitar these days. So,
What's the deal?
I don't know. It's just my shoulder's all fucked up. It doesn't make it fun. Doesn't make it fun to be creative, and when that's like always been my only outlet, it feels even more disheartening to sit down and try to be creative and have that be the one thing that physically fucks up my body and makes me feel shitty.
Do you think it's a psychic thing or is it an actual physical thing that needs some kind of work?
I mean, it's a long time physical thing from playing guitar for so long and never doing correct stretches or like postural stuff, which I've talked about with, we've talked about that stuff before, like talking about Josh from Hope's Fall and the stuff that he does.
Oh, right.
But there's definitely probably some weird, like physiological, like just shit trauma from Circa breaking up and all the chaos of that over the years or whatever. But
how did it feel to play live again? Was it good for you?
Oh yeah.
Were you happy about it?
Yeah. I mean, as soon as we got on stage, I immediately felt great. There's always like that first, it's like sea legs for me. Like if you don't play a show for a while and then you go out there and is it like when we practice together, I don't start jumping around and like I would do on stage. But so then when you go on stage, that just immediately hits me. And there's no like, oh, I'm 46 and I got to take care of my neck. I'm out of shape. I just like start moving around like an idiot. Yeah. And then for that the first minute, you're just like, oh shit, man, I don't remember how to like move my legs and play guitar and fucking hop up and down and swing around. So you just, you look like a toddler up there trying to figure out how to walk across the room for the first time. But yeah, dude, I mean, the outlet was amazing. It was amazing to be able to do it with those guys. And I mean, the whole thing went off without there being any real stressful shit. There was like one or two things here and there. And at this point, it's just so easy to call each other and be like, yo, let's figure this out real quick,
Yeah. Yeah. Vadim talked about some of the struggles with converting from the electronic kit to the real kit for Colin. And then you with the, you were figuring out some equipment things with the Helix board or whatever it was that you were using. One of those things.
Yeah. I mean, I had some shit that was like breaking more or less, but it wasn't a big deal. I mean, I could have gone out there and just plugged straight into the amp and we could have played most of these songs and nobody would have noticed. So it was fine. But yeah, I mean, I think Colin getting through that was probably the biggest deal, not playing for a really long time and then having to physically deal with what he was dealing with. And then, yeah, like for when I started practicing, that was part of the thing when I called Colin too, because Colin was like, I don't know if I can do this, man, because I'm dealing with the tinnitus and like my ears all fucked up. And I don't know if I can even like handle the loud drums. And I was like, all right, man, well, like, we'll figure it out. And then as soon as I started playing guitar, I was like, holy shit, like, I'm in pain after 15 minutes trying to play these songs. And then I had a panic attack. Like, I was like, am I going to be the one that, like, literally can't do this? So, yeah, it was stupid. But
did you remember any of the songs from back in the day when you started practicing them?
A few riffs here and there. And then, like, all of the early stuff, it was the same as when I learned it the first time. I was just like, any of these riffs could be in any song. And 3 of the songs have the same riff in it. It's like, it's pretty weird. So that part was like a little weird at first, but all of the other stuff, the stuff that we wrote together came back fairly quickly.
Yeah.
Although there were some things where I was like, I don't know if Vadim or I played this on the record.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you have to like divvy any of that up? Like, was there ever a point where either of you couldn't remember and it's like, all right, you play it and I'll play this?
Not exactly. He has a better memory than me in general. So I leaned on him to figure a lot of that stuff out. Like he more or less remembered what we were doing, what each of us was doing. So if I had questions, I would go to him. And then there was like a part or two where I was like, you're singing here. Should I take the part that's like a little bit more off rhythm and play that? And so it was just like, if there was a part that was going to be easier for me to play, I'd play it, and vice versa. There, like some of the palm muting stuff, that's what was making my shoulder immediately cramp up. So some of that stuff, I was like, dude, please do this. I can't do this. If we want to sound tight, it's not going to be me playing it. But yeah, man, I mean, the most memorable part of it for me is like that second night, Saturday in Philly, was so crazy. There were probably 30 people that I haven't seen in 20 years, literally. And I was trying to say hi to them all in about 15 minutes. It was absolutely insane. It'd be like giving someone a hug and there'd be two people in the background like, hey, remember me?
Yeah.
I'd be like, I don't remember you talking like that, but yeah. So
yeah, it was overwhelming for me, and I wasn't even playing. Like at one point I had to go sit down in that other room.
yeah,
And I was with Jeremy and Misty, and I was just like, this is crazy.
it really was crazy. Yeah. And then, so all that happened, and then it was like, all right, walk right onto stage. So that second night, I actually messed up like way more in the beginning of the set. I was like, fuck, what's going on? But it really didn't matter. None of that shit mattered, really.
No.
And especially, yeah, and it's like 3 shows after 20 years. Like everybody was just messing with each other. Like Mike would just come over and fuck with me, and then I would go step on Vadim's guitar pedals or something, and like it didn't matter.
How do you feel about In Response in the year 2024? You know, when you guys played, there was a lot of songs I hadn't heard in a long time, and I fell in love with them all over again. How do you feel about it?
I think I never had a solid feeling about it generally. I never really knew what it was. I knew that it was weird and that it was sort of created from a lot of chaos. There was a lot of chaos at practice in those days, and it was very like natural in that we were just doing whatever the hell we wanted to do. But at the same time, like when it was done, like I said, I never really sat down and thought about it as an album too much. I probably did in the moment, but I have no recollection. But my feeling of coming away from this day forward, which was really centered around In Response, was that like people didn't get it, you know?
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. It was like people just didn't get it. We enjoyed it, and we loved it. We loved, like, even though we had hard times making that record, I think, and hard times touring sometimes, like we were really happy to be doing it. And looking back on the record now, I'm surprised that it sounds as good as it does as far as recording quality, because a lot of stuff from that, like that hardcore at that time, doesn't really hold up in that way, in my opinion. Some of it does, some of it's great, but there's definitely some of the stuff that I'm just like, well, this was done in like a dude's garage for sure. So that's cool. And I think it's really interesting to look back at like the guitar player that I was and just wonder where all of that came from or where my mind was. There was definitely a different type of freedom in my playing at that time. But overall, I don't know what place it has. I don't know. I still don't know, even after playing those 3 shows, if it's like a lot of people were there to see that stuff, or if a lot of people were there to see the early This Day Forward stuff. And that's what was weird about that Saturday show too. It was like, yeah, the show's like packed, but all of these people are our buddies. Like, I was like, did all of our friends just pay to come hang out with us and watch us do what we used to do, you know?
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm sure that's a little bit of an exaggeration because the show was awesome.
Yeah. And there was a plenty of people there I didn't know.
Yeah.
There and in New York.
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, I love the record. I don't like what I really don't know where it fits into the hardcore history catalogs, or like what it means to people, or if it influenced people, or if it like it's interesting to me to think about that, because I have really no idea. Every once in a while, like maybe once or twice a year, someone would be like, hit me up on Instagram and be like, man, I love This Day Forward so much.
Do you like when people do that?
Yeah, I'm always like, sweet, bro. Yeah, man. I mean, I love that shit. I always appreciate that stuff.
I think In Response is a really unique record and ahead of its time in some ways. But also, I was surprised when Mike said on stage that it was only out for 6 months before you guys broke up. So, the band, I think, broke up before it even had a chance to really get any legs.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like the last couple tours we didn't do us any favors. And they maybe, we really had a hard time figuring out who we should be playing shows with and what would be good for us. Because it really musically and stylistically straddled a lot of different areas,
Right. You definitely didn't sound like Avenged Sevenfold or International Noise Conspiracy or whoever else you were out with.
Avenged is the one that comes to mind for sure.
Yeah.
Like that was just such a weird tour. It just didn't make sense. But yeah, we had a booking agent and they were like, this is going to get you in front of a lot of people. And that they were not wrong. Like that was the right thing to do. It didn't seem like people got it. So
right.
Who knows? I did have somebody come up to me at one of these shows and be like, man, I could really see a place for like This Day Forward again. Like that old shit for real. like the first album shit. And I was like, really? Okay, sick. I'm sure.
It's funny when you go back and listen to Transient now, because when it was out, it was just like, that was the time, that was the sound. So you're just like, oh, it's this cool band and it's heavy and it sounds awesome. But when you listen to it 20 plus years later, you can just see all the eras that come together to make that record, like classic screamo, classic emo, classic metalcore. It's like very of those sounds.
It is. I specifically remember the first time I listened to that record too. And I was like, what the fuck is this bullshit? Like, seriously, that was my first thought. Was like, this is just, I can't listen to this shit.
That was your first?
Yeah, for sure. I was just like, dude, this is crazy. And I didn't really grow up in hardcore. I grew up listening to metal that I think was a little more polished production wise. So part of it was that, and part of it was just like, I wasn't familiar with anything that really sounded like Mike's screaming and just no repeated riffs. It was really chaotic to me at the time.
Yeah.
It's interesting now though, because when we play a set, like the older songs are my favorite songs to play, like Kairos, Transient. And maybe I prefer listening to In Response. If I was going to put a CD on, I probably enjoy that more. But as far as the energy of playing songs, like I much prefer to play the older songs.
What's going on with you? How are you these days? Are you happy? How are you doing?
Yeah, you know what I love too is the you sound so good.
Me?
You remember last time we did this? You had a microphone that you just bought and it was backwards. Like
no, that was 4 years ago.
Is that 4? Yeah, but I know it was a long ass time ago. But it's crazy though to think about that. Like when you just started doing this, you're like,
I talked into the wrong side. I talked into, you know what? I think about that day, or I think about that month, whatever it was, when we recorded your episode. And I remember like you had it and you were like going to edit it or something.
Mm-hmm.
And like, it just kept getting pushed back and pushed back. And I'm like, are we going to post it this week? And you're like, no. And then, but I didn't have another episode. And I was like, eventually I was just like, hey, I'm just going to post it. And it happened to be like the same day the entire world ended.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So, or like right around there, like when a lot of bad stuff was going on in the world. So,
September 11th.
2001.
Yeah, I remember that.
This podcast has been around for a while.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You've been on the show since then. Do you remember?
Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah. But I do have a newer, even better mic now. But listen, what's going on with you? Are you, here's a question for you. Would you rather be touring the world again most of the year, or are you settled in where you are at now?
I miss aspects of touring, but honestly, like it's mostly just the freedom of waking up in a new place and being able to go get coffee and hang out, see friends on the road that you would see I mean, I feel like the short answer to that really is just I don't want to. I do want to travel, but I just want to do it with my family. That thing I did last year when I guitar teched for Loathe was 5 weeks, and it was just way too long to be away from my daughter. Like my wife and I, we could handle that, but being away from my daughter that long, it's like it really does feel like time that you just don't get back right now. So, I mean, I wish I had more time to be creative. I'll say that, but I definitely don't really miss being on the road. I think 3 days with this day forward was like the perfect amount of time to be doing.
Yeah, because I feel like the narrative shifts, right? Like Circa was going strong for 20 years. And so that's what you knew, that was the situation. But now that that's on pause and you're in this new life and you're like with your kid and your wife a lot more, it's like it would be weird to then go back to what you were doing before, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be crazy. You know, right situation, I'm sure I would be open to it. But it's like being away for 5 weeks if it was my creative enterprise or if I was making really good money, you know, it balances out differently. But that's not really what it was. I was making pretty good money, wasn't my art, and that's not worth it to me. So
yeah, I feel like you wouldn't, like, you couldn't like start a new band again, right? Like start a whole new band and do this whole thing over again. Would you want to do that?
it's not, I mean, it's not about want to. Like I did want to for a little while, and I had conversations with people, with professional musicians that you would know that like that I look up to, and they were like, "Yeah, I'm down to make stuff." And some of them even sent me some things to work on, and I set time aside and tried to create, and I was just like, "Dude, like it wasn't there." It was like really really difficult. I just couldn't get in the space for it. And there's a lot of different reasons that it may not have worked out. Like maybe it wasn't exactly the right mixture of creative minds. But I really feel like it's more just like I was waking up at 5 a.m., going to work. I would come home at 2 and have 1 hour before my daughter got home from school. And I was like, okay, you're on. Be inspired. And I was like, bro, I can't even fucking stand up right now. I've been driving a forklift all day and lifting boxes. So that's definitely part of it. And then, but that exhaustion, you know, probably has something to do with it. And then after a while, what you really start to do is second guess your passion, your ability, and start wondering if you have it anymore, if there's anything left inside of you. And then I mean, there's so much to dissect within that. It's like, yeah, 46 now. Like I don't have the same type of passion and energy for all of this than I did when I was young. And that's not true for everybody that's 46, but it's definitely true for me. Like I still want to have that, but it feels different for sure. I don't know if I can explain it completely, but
it's still there. You can pick it up again at any time.
All right, I'm going to do it right now. Hold on.
All right.
Oh shit. That's a hit right there.
You want to play us a little something?
Yeah, I probably won't, but that's all I got.
All right, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I did anything, it would probably just sound like a Meshuggah derivative, and nobody needs that.
I kind of do.
Yeah.
When I interviewed Mike Golen for this very episode, he said he was at a This Day Forward show where you were playing. You were the new guitar player. And at one point you came over to Golen and you said, "Hey man, you're not going to like beat me up, or you don't want to like kick my ass or anything, do you?" And he was like, "No." So my question is, did you think Golen wanted to kick your ass, and do you feel like he could?
I mean, I imagine he probably could. He's got me by like some height weight advantage there, you know. I put a lot of stock into that. I've seen enough fights that I know what's going on there. And I have a tiny head. Like I was at the dentist one time when I was like 20, and they do like this cancer screening, and he's like, got 2 fingers like along my jaw, and he's like, "Hey, you have a tiny mandible. Never get in a fist fight." And I was like, "This dude just called me a pussy to my face right here." There's like a fucking, come on, dude.
That's not cool.
Yeah. Right there with like the dental assistants sitting right there with like the fucking suction thing.
Did they laugh at you?
I don't remember.
Were you afraid that Golen might want to beat you up back in the day? Did you think he was that kind of guy?
You know me. You know I'm a jackass. I was probably just fucking around. That was just like, it was my opening dialogue to get to know somebody. Hey,
yeah,
not gonna beat my ass, are you? But I mean, for this situation too, I called him and I was like, "Yo, just so you know, like, you are a part of this situation. You're 100% welcome. Like, anything you want to do, just let me know. We'll figure it out. I would love for you to play something." And then we had some good discussions too about just like what it was and what it means to let go of it and where we're at with that at this point, you know?
Right.
And he made his decisions with that, and that's cool. I'm glad he was there for it.
Yeah, me too. What about the future of this day forward? How do you feel about it? Would you participate if it was the right situation again?
Yeah, I mean, I think the hardest part is out of the way. The sort of wondering if we can do it, you know?
Yeah.
But the whole thing happened the way that I feel like it should have happened. We had 2 really good shows in Philly with friends, and then we went to New York and played and had like an okay show, but it was enough to remind me that, like, you know, these shows weren't always sold out. That's the reality of this shit. Like, the world is not looking for this day forward tour. So I think that was a good way personally to end the tour, was like a little bit of a reality check of like, okay, if we had just done 2 amazing shows in Philly, I'm not sure exactly what that does for our perspective on the whole situation, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the right thing came around again and we thought it was going to be fun, we did this. You and I talked about this for years, and the whole thread and everybody did, but we did what we wanted to do. I mean, we were offered festivals all over the place for years. And I at least was always like, dude, if we're doing this, it should be like a small hardcore venue and on our terms. And that's what we did. And everybody was on the same page about it, and it was awesome. So I'm cool leaving it like that. I know if somebody was like, hey, for some reason, people want to give you like $10,000 to fly to Japan and Australia and play some shows, and there's actually a huge market for you, then I'd be like, sweet, that's worth it, you know?
No, I think that was the right choice, exactly the way you guys did it, because that's how it ended, and that's how you brought it back, with friends and on your terms.
Yeah, that's all it needed to be.
Yeah.
And it was great. Dude, I had so much fun, and like, there were so many bands that played the shows that were just like, these dudes are from back in the day. Let's like make sure they're there. And obviously you're a part of that, but a little bit different because you're a closer friend. But like, it was just really cool to have these bands that, like on the Mighty Princess, like we played countless shows with, or, you know, just like dudes that booked shows for us back in the day were in the bands and shit. So I thought that was nice too.
It was. I think it was the best weekend of my adult life.
That sucks. I will say, and this is something that stood out to me about the whole weekend, was playing the show in New York was the first time in years, which I guess that doesn't mean a ton, because this day before, I mean, Circus stopped playing shows a while ago, but that show at Bowery was the first time that I was like watching all the bands, and I just had this feeling like nobody's headlining this show, dude. I mean, I know it's our reunion and we're playing last, but like, people are just so stoked to be here and support all the bands. And like, on the Mighty Princess had people on the stage singing along, and it felt more like a scene type of vibe than I've had since the early 2000s. So I think that was a really, really nice aspect of what happened for me too, just to feel like that throwback to being part of a scene again.
Yeah, same here. And that's why the weekend was so important for me, because I've just been missing that close friend human touch because mostly everybody is down there and I'm up here and it's just not the same. So to reconnect with that and to be able to play and to be able to watch you guys and everybody else, it was exactly what I needed.
Yo, and like, I know I said it at the New York show, but like unbelievably proud of Colin for getting through everything.
Yeah.
And sounding as good as he did. And like, he's talented enough. It was never about that, but like, dude just didn't play drums forever. And he's got a lot of physical shit going on that made it difficult. But like, also just Mike practiced for like a year, like literally. And when we got to practice, I could not believe how good he sounded. I was just like, holy shit. And he was running around and dancing at practice and stuff. And I was like, bro, there's no room. There's cables everywhere. You can fucking break everything right now. Yeah. I was like, dude, how funny it would be if we like hit the first chord and Mike just like comes crashing in with his arms up and smashes through the window. Just out in the yard all of a sudden.
That would be classic.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Brendan, I'm very happy with the way everything turned out, and it sounds like you are too. And listen, I'm happy that you're back, and I hope we get to do it again sometime. Yeah,
man, I'm so happy that you guys played. That was awesome. It was great to see you play a show. I never saw you do that before, right?
No, you saw me play in Crash of 64 before.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, remember when we played the Great American Diner?
No.
Yeah, you were there.
I probably was in a car somewhere, you know what I mean?
No, you literally watched us, because I remember you gave me some guitar advice afterwards, and
let's cut this part out.